بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellency, Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim Al-Mahrouqi, the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, the Honorables, members of the State Council, Your Excellencies, Undersecretary of the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Your Excellency, the Chief Executive Officer of the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education, respected Chancellors and Vice Chancellors, respected Deans of Colleges, esteemed representative of the International Accreditation Institution, faculty and staff, esteemed guests. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Omani Universities Ranking Forum. The aim of the forum is to discuss the implications of rankings on educational quality and national development. It empowers Omani universities to identify strengths, address weaknesses, and strategize improvements in alignment with global standards, thereby enhancing competitiveness and international recognition. Our forum is aligned with Oman's strategic vision of 2040, which tracks the main objectives as followed: economic diversification, human capital development, environmental sustainability, social development, and global engagement. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rayan Hamoud Al-Amri, and I am honored to be your host today. Now, prior to commencing this event, I would like to call on to our Qari, Mirdas bin Amr al-Rashdi, to recite a few verses of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا. هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمانهم ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما. ليدخل المؤمنين والمؤمنات جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ويكفر عنهم سيئاتهم وكان ذلك عند الله فوزا عظيما. صدق الله العظيم.
Our honorable guests, to start this prestigious event, I would like to invite Dr. Walid bin Khalid Al-Rajhi, Dean of Planning and Quality Management, University of Nizwa, to deliver the organizing committee speech. Dr. Walid, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله أجمعين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه إلى يوم الدين. Your Excellency, Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim al-Mahrouqiyya, the Minister of Higher Education, the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, the Honorables, Members of State Council, Your Excellencies, Under Secretary of the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Your Excellency, the Chief Executive Officer of the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education, respected Chancellors, Vice Chancellors, esteemed representatives of the international accreditation institutions, QS and Times Education, dear colleagues, on behalf of the organizing committee, it gives me the great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you gathered here today for the Omani University Rankings Forum. As a chairperson of this organizing committee, I'm particularly excited about the wealth of knowledge and expertise that our esteemed speakers bring to this forum. Their contributions will undoubtedly set the stage for engaging discussions and fruitful exchanges throughout the duration of our event. I believe this forum marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of excellence in higher education. At the first session, sharing best practices, we will have the invaluable opportunity to learn from global leaders in academia and gain insights into innovative strategies that drive success. Moreover, this would underscore the importance of fostering global partnerships and collaborations. By learning from our international counterparts, we not only enrich our own academic endeavors, but also contribute to the collective advancement of higher education on a global scale. The second session of our event will focus on the experience of Omani higher education institutions with the university rankings. This session promises to be illuminating, as it offers a platform for our esteemed Omani colleagues to share their unique perspectives in navigating the landscape of university rankings. This session also provides us with an invaluable opportunity to reflect on the role of university rankings in shaping the higher education landscape in Oman. By understanding the factors that influences rankings and the implications, we can better equip ourselves to address the evolving needs and expectations of our stakeholders. However, it is the third and final session of our event that I believe is the most vital. It is an open discussion session that we are going to have, where we will have the privilege of hosting decision makers, university leaders, and representatives of the university ranking bodies. This session will serve as the culmination of our collective efforts, where we have the unique opportunity to shape the future of higher education in Oman. By engaging in candid conversations and exchanging perspectives, we can identify critical challenges explore innovative solutions, and chart a course towards excellence and sustainability in our universities. As a chairperson of this organizing committee, I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, share your insights, and contribute to the collective wisdom of this forum. Together, let us seize the moment to reaffirm our commitment to excellence, innovations, and collaborations in higher education. May these discussions we engage in today brave the way for a bright future for our universities, our students, and our nations. Once again, I thank you for being with us today, and I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you.
University rankings may offer opportunities for Omani universities to showcase their academic excellence, attract talented students and faculty, and forge international partnerships. They also serve as a benchmark for quality assurance and facilitate strategic planning for university development. At this point, I would like to invite Professor Ahmed bin Khalfan al-Rawahi, Chancellor of the University of Nizwa, to share his insights, which would certainly enrich this event.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله سيدنا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellency Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim al-Mahrouqiyya, Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, the patron of this event, Honorable State Council members, Excellencies, Vice Chancellors, Deans, guest speakers, scholars, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and peace be upon you all. Good morning. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this scholastic gathering at the University of Nizwa. These events come 1 week after our meeting at the Royal Academy of Management Forum on the future of higher education, where most of you of the sector have attended and reflected on various enablers, drivers, and requirements needed to offset challenges as well as to reshape the future of higher education, both as institution and as processes. It is in that spirit this forum has been planned and envisioned to consolidate our collective efforts and build upon our capacities as institutions toward shortening the path to the never-ending scope of continuous improvement, or simply quality enhancement, and to be adopted as a way of life among our faculty, students, and institutions. As we step into today's discussion and forum, I think we are all beyond the notion of adopting either accreditation or ranking. Indeed, both institutional and program accreditation are becoming not only a way of life, but rather a vital requirement for successful survival in this ecosystem. Thanks in particular for clear governmental policy in this regard and effective implementation by the Omani Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education. For the University of Nazwa, this experience was and is very useful and critical driver to shape our plans, refine our processes, and improve our outcomes. Likewise, ranking of higher education institution is a special tool or enabler that can help institutions to improve their overall performance and attain regional and global visibility, hence actively participate in the attainment of Oman Vision 2040. Needless to say, as national, regional, and global landscape of higher education continue to change, every institution needs to further focus and be differentiated at all these levels. Further, as artificial intelligence will shape and impact humanity's future, students' role must be addressed effectively. This includes the role of and impact humanity's future. Student role must be addressed effectively. This includes the role of higher education, equipping them with fundamentals, providing flexible degree programs, and expanding their capacity to relearn new skills and become lifelong learners. Similarly, faculty's role will certainly be shifted from knowledge transmitter and skill givers to mentoring, coaching, and onboarding, where students are guided toward future requirements of societal integration. These reciprocal roles in turn will impact higher education institutions, structure and processes, and the whole ecosystem, including governmental supervising bodies. Thus shall necessitate global benchmarking to tap on best practices to improve or meet these new needs. Further, cooperation among higher education providers and with industries as well as the society at large will not be a luxury option, but rather survival requirement that will help address some challenges such as service cost optimization and provide a venue for collective efforts in addressing research and innovation funding and sustaining higher needs achievement. All these aspects seem to direct us all toward the need to pay more attention to regional and global ranking. In brief, let us explore criteria and requirements of this new game and use it to enhance our success in achieving our institutional and national missions. Your Excellency, Dean, dear participants, finally, let me register our thanks and appreciation of the whole higher education sector in the Sultanate to Her Excellency, the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, and her staff for the relentless effort of driving this sector toward higher horizons nationally and globally. Special thanks to our guest speakers for their kind participation, and I hope they will take the opportunity to explore Oman's heartland, its heart of culture and heritage in Nazwa. Deep gratitude extended to our His Excellency the Governor for his continuous support, although he couldn't be with us today. Last but not least, thanks to all faculties and staff for their appreciated effort in organizing this event here at the University of Nizwa. Have a fruitful day and forum, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Balancing the pursuit of rankings with the core mission of higher education, which is to foster holistic growth and social impact, remains a significant challenge for universities worldwide. The Ministry of Higher Education plays a pivotal role in university rankings by providing us guidance and frameworks to ensure alignment of academic institutions with national educational goals and international standards. We are honored to extend a cordial invitation to Her Excellency, Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim Al-Mahrouqi, the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, to share her insights and vision in an enlightening talk, guiding us towards the future of education and its pivotal role in shaping our nation's prosperity and progress.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellencies, honorable members of the State Council, respected chancellors, vice chancellors, deans, professors, and our esteemed guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed my great pleasure and honor to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. To this Omani University Ranking Forum, I would like also to extend the warmest welcome to our international speakers for joining us in this event, which is organized by the University of Nizwa in collaboration with the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. The event focuses on university opportunities and challenges related to international rankings. Through its diverse program, it is hoped that by the end of this event, we will arrive at a clear direction and focused strategies to enhance our university's competitiveness and international recognition. As you all know, education is one of the most vital national priorities in Oman Vision 2040, with a strategic direction that focuses on quality of education, inclusive education, lifelong learning, and scientific research and innovation. It is also important to note that His Majesty the Sultan has a keen interest in education as a means of transforming our society socially, economically, and at placing it and positioning it in the world map. This is apparent from His Majesty's speeches and his wise directions to the ministry. Hence, to achieve the country's goals, it is vital to adhere and keep up with international standards while holding to our local and cultural context at heart. Fortunately, the Ministry and Omani higher education institutions have forged excellent local and international relationships with agencies and authorities that help measure the progress we are making in fulfilling our goals. Dear audience, Oman Vision 2040 has included university rankings as an important performance indicator of the development of our institutions and their position on the international map. This is due to the fact that university rankings provide valuable insights into the performance of universities across various criteria, including academic reputation, employer reputation, faculty-student ratio, research citation per faculty, international student ratio, international faculty ratio, international research network, employment outcomes, and sustainability. Acknowledging this importance, one of the performance indicators for the education national priority within Oman Vision 2040 focuses on listing at least 4 Omani universities among the top 300 institutions in the international QS ranking by 2040, as well as increasing the number of local universities within the international rankings. University rankings are essential for many reasons. They are a tool for driving excellence, innovation, impactful research, and collaboration in higher education. Moreover, they assist learners in evaluating the quality of universities they are applying to and improve their chances of making the right choices. In addition, higher education rankings can improve the prospects of higher education institutions to have a more significant influx of quality national and international academics and students. Considering the importance of universities ranking and the emphasis Oman Vision 2040 places on it, this forum focuses on many related topics, including opportunities and challenges facing institutions in relation to rankings and rankings methodologies. It looks also into the performance of higher education institutions in Oman and sheds light on gaps that can be filled and areas that can be targeted for improvement. As we delve into the discussions, I urge you all to view this event not merely as a forum, but also as an opportunity to come together, share ideas, offer solutions, and support each other towards uplifting our university's performance and recognition across the world. By pooling together our collective knowledge and resources, we can overcome the challenges related to the rankings and work towards realizing our goals. Hence, we are here not just to learn, but to build upon each other's efforts and strengthen our collaborative impact through collaboration and integration of our efforts. As I conclude my speech, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation for the University of Nizwa for hosting this event and for its excellent team's continuous effort to make it a success. I also extend my gratitude to all the participants and the speakers for their anticipated valuable contribution to the discussions. Your insights and perspectives would certainly enrich our understanding of the university's rankings and their implications on achieving Oman Vision 2040. Furthermore, I would like also to thank the chancellors, vice chancellors, deans, and other representatives of our higher education institutions for their attendance, active participation, and support. I wish you all a very productive day today. Thank you.
لكل رحلة صوت وهدف ورؤية وحصاد وحكاية ترسم معالم المستقبل. تزدهر نهضة التعليم معلنة بدء مسيرة جديدة لتحمل رسالة تتحرك بها منهج يجسد رؤى وطنية أساسها عمان وأبناء عمان. وها نحن اليوم نرى المستقبل بوضوح أكبر، متوجهين إليه بخطوات ثابتة وإيمان قوي. ما غرسناه سابقاً قد أثمر، وما نبذله اليوم سيزهر. جامعة نزوة قصة تروي نجاحات متناهية إنساناً وبنياناً، عطاءات تصب في حقل العلم والمعرفة، تشحذ همم الطلبة لأبعد من حرمها الجامعي، أجيالا خرجتهم وخبراء صنعوا أنفسهم منها، متخصصين في نماء البشرية، فكان الإنسان أعظم ثروات الوطن وغايته. البحث العلمي استراتيجية تدفع عجلة النماء والتطوير نحو استثمار المستقبل. لقد كان حصاد جامعة نزوة فيه غزيراً، تصدرت أرقامه مشهد النتاجين العلمي والفكري، تحث الدعم، معززة للخطى وملهمة للجهود نحو ترسيخ مكانة مرموقة للجامعة بين أوساط التقدم العلمي والتقني في العالم. نسجت جامعة نزوة شراكات مجتمعية فاعلة التحمت بالمجتمع في شتى توجهاته، تهدف بذلك إلى الإسهام في تنمية طاقات الشباب ورفدها بتطلعات نظرية وعملية أساسها ما نقف عليه اليوم من آثار مجيدة عبر برامج تحقق الاستدامة والنماء. إن دعم جامعة نزوة لمراكزها وتمكينها من أدوات النجاح دفعها إلى تحقيق أرقام ريادية، فحازت محصلات مركز ريادة الأعمال تفوقاً في مجالها ليعكس واقعاً طموحاً في أعداد المنتسبين والمستفيدين والحاضنات والاتفاقيات وحتى الشركات الطلابية. تعتبر جامعة نزوة خير مثال يعبر عن رؤية الحكومة في دعم ريادة الأعمال انسجاماً مع نماء الجهود الساعية إلى تمكين الأنشطة الاقتصادية. وها هي جامعة نزوة تغطي احتياجات طلبتها وتؤدي واجبها اتجاه المجتمع بإنشاء صندوق معين لدعم ومساندة المتعلمين، لتتجسد مؤخراً في الإعلان عن مؤسسة جامعة نزوة الوقفية، أحد المشاريع الرائدة للجامعة. كما أولت الجامعة أهمية قصوى لتمكين كوادرها الأكاديمية والإدارية والفنية من مراكز قيادية، فتضمن ربيع أعمالها برامج تدريبية معتمدة بالتعاون مع قطاعات ثرية. هذا الحراك المنظم رفع أسهم نسب الكفاءات العمانية أكاديمياً وإدارياً ليواصلوا مسيرتي البحث والمعرفة. إن هذه الإنجازات الاستثنائية والكفاءات العلمية دفعت جامعة نزوة إلى حصد مراتب متقدمة محلياً وعالمياً، فأعادت تشكيل مفاهيم أهمية صناعة العقول وصقل المهارات واستثمار القوى العاملة. نعم، إننا نعتز بهم ونعول عليهم في كل خطوة واستثمار لتحقق مراتب متقدمة في تصنيف مؤشرات التعليم العالي الإقليمية والدولية. لقد وسعت هذه الاستحقاقات دائرة أهمية الاستمرار في ضمان التفوق، فأنشأت منظومة نجاح طلابية تقدم برامج مجانية لتمكين تعليم الفرد وتوفير مساحة للتعلم الذاتي. لذا اتجهت جامعة نزوة إلى استحداث مساحة تعليمية خارج حرمها بالشراكة مع المجتمع، وأنشأت شبكة علاقات محلية واسعة تمثلت في تقديم برامج غطت احتياجات تعليمية مختلفة. جامعة نزوة باتت اليوم منارة علم ورشاد، علم في تكوينها المعرفي ورشاد في مرجعيتها الفكرية، هي العلم والأدب. الأستاذ والطالب مصادر المعلومات والكتاب، طريق ملهم نحو مختلف العلوم لتكون حاضرة تسمع الصوت وتصنع الفكرة وتحقق الرؤى الوطنية. عمان 2040.
منتدى تصنيف الجامعات العمانية. الشركاء: وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار، وبرعاية الوحدة المركزية للخدمات التحليلية، مركز الخدمات الاستشارية وتوطين الابتكار، معهد التعلم مدى الحياة، مؤسسة معين الوقفية.
We are now delighted to recognize and celebrate the invaluable contributions of the event speakers and organizers to the success of this event. Your expertise, dedication, and hard work have been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. And we look forward to honoring and expressing our gratitude to each of you. I take this opportunity to kindly invite our chief guest, Her Excellency Professor Rahma bin Ibrahim Al-Mahrouqi, Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, and the Honorary Chancellor of the University of Nizwa, Professor Ahmed bin Khalfan Al-Rawahi, to the stage to give tokens of appreciation to the presenters of today's forum. May I call on to Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Professor Abdul Rahman bin Abdul Aziz. Pardon? Professor Abdul Aziz bin Abdul Rahman. Dr. Muhammad Tariq. Dr. Ahmed Al-Kuwaiti. Mr. Lokesh Jetli. Professor Taqi Al-Abdwani. Professor R.V. Murali. Dr. Khalaf Al-Abri. Dr. Tariq Ghallam. Dr. Yaqub Al-Ghatrifi. Mr. Ahmed Nzukunda. Mr. Paul Ross. Dr. Khalid Al-Rajhi. Dr. Amr Muhammad Al-Abd Al-Qadir. Her Highness Maysa Al-Busaidi. Mr. Badil Al-Ma'mari. Mrs. Shamsa Al-Huqani. Mrs. Amna Al-Ghanmi. Requesting a round of applause to all the presenters, organizers, and attendees. Thank you for making this event a success. Sharing best practices in university rankings may facilitate mutual learning and collaboration, allowing institutes to adopt successful strategies to their unique contexts. This exchange promotes innovation and quality enhancement in higher education systems, ultimately fostering regional development and competitiveness on global stage. With this, we can now call Dr. Tariq Muhyiddin Ghallam, Assistant Dean for Training and Community Services, Sultan Qaboos University.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. It's a great pleasure and a great honor for me to be here. Your Excellency, the State Council members, Excellencies, University Chancellors, Vice Chancellors, and my dear colleagues. One of the things which really incites me and which shows the importance of this event is I have several people here in the audience who have been who participate in ranking events around the world. And to have such an event organized in Oman in one of our own universities is extremely nice to see. So this session now is about the best practices, and we have some very distinguished speakers today. And again, I will have the honor to introduce them as they come on the stage here. So how this session is going to work is the speakers will be allowed 15 minutes to give their talk. And after the question and answer session will be left toward the end after the speakers have finished. And we will invite our first speaker today. And he's no a stranger to rankings. Most of you who have known rankings would probably know him. He's the Executive Director of Africa and Middle East for QS, which is considered as the world's largest international education network. Dr. Ashwin has a doctorate of philosophy, along with an MBA in marketing and BCom, a degree in financial accounting, auditing and taxation. He has lived and worked in 5 countries and visited over 300 educational institutions in his 12 years at QS. One of his notable achievements was the idea that he championed the need for an independent ranking for Arab region. And this was, which began in 2014 and 15. So without any delay, I'd like you all to welcome Dr. Ashwin Fernandez. Yeah, this is the... Please, as we have finished our official ceremony, so if anybody wants to remove his khanjar and relax, you can do that now.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very warm welcome, and as usual, we love to test the technology at every university because we love to rank and rate. So, Dr. Ahmed, we have to create a ranking now of how tech works at different universities. So it's a pleasure and honor to be here in the presence of Her Excellency the Minister. And also, I had the privilege of sharing the stage with Dr. Jokha, Her Excellency Dr. Jokha, last week, and a lot of you. So the screen seems to be a bit out of proportion, but while we're waiting for the screen to be up, I want to share with you in the next 15 minutes some very important insights into the current and future outlook of Oman in the rankings. Now, just to understand, I'm not going to do a pitch about QS today, because I suppose all of you in the room know QS, right? If I ask you what does QS stand for, you'll probably already know what it is, right? So QS actually stands for the name of two founders, Nunzio Poccarelli and Matt Simmons. So today, we're going to talk a little bit more about the performance, but remember, 80 billion data points went into the calculation of the last QS ranking, and that includes prospective student data. We're looking at academic and employer reputation, and several other data points which went into that. Now, for the first minute or two, a quick recap on the methodology of the various rankings. So of course, we have the World University ranking, which is where we have one institution from Oman in the world ranking. We have the Arab region ranking, where we have 7 Omani institutions in there. The methodology is slightly different, and Her Excellency already gave us a quick brief of the world ranking methodology. The Arab region methodology is slightly different. Of course, academic reputation, as you can see, is key there. And also, we have research, which is also key in these both these rankings. So there's a similarity of two areas. I will not go into each of the methodology here, but also when we go to subject rankings, we can see across the 54 subjects, the purple here is academic reputation, the red is employer reputation, and the greens we can see here are research. So there are two major components we see in the rankings, and that kind of brings us to the point of the big two, which I want to dwell upon today and talk about the performance of Oman in there. But before that, before we compare Oman, we can see that who are we comparing against? We're comparing against the world. And the UNESCO data, which looks at colleges, higher education institutions, tertiary, universities, says about 95,000. So it is a highly competitive world out there. The Global Higher Education Database says 15,000. So some major players Oman is competing against. And what is the purpose we want institutions to do well in rankings? Not as the goal, but as the outcome. Because if we have to get both social and economic status in the future, universities will play a major role in this area. So, before we get into the performance, let us first look at Oman versus its neighbors. And this is, thanks to the big, the screen here, we can all see the numbers. We can see that when we compare all these 7 Omani institutions in the Arab region ranking, we can see that the academic reputation seems to be one of the area compared to Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, which is an area to be worked on. Now, this academic reputation is immediately a reflection of the research work you're doing. So there are 3 indicators there. And across all of them, there seems to be a similarity where the papers being produced are really high. But the impact of those papers is yet to be seen. And I will show you what is causing that for Oman. Oman seems to do really well in internationalization, international faculty, and of course slightly in international students. But as a whole, the 2 most big takeaways for Oman is research and reputation, and both are connected. So our finding initially is that there has been enhanced output in research since 2021. And that has also led to a large number of papers being not cited, okay? Now, when we compare the last 5 years, we can see the number of publications over 2019 to 2023 have almost doubled across the institutions. And that is across the different types of articles and so on. So articles, which of course are key, seem to have grown almost a double, but the review papers, which seem to get more citations, seem to be on a lower side. So the good news is, of course, the papers, the number of papers what we're looking at by faculty seems to have been outgrowing the number, but the impact, when we look at the impact of that work, and when we look at, I've taken off all the institutions here, when we look at papers per faculty, everybody is having a huge increase on the output of the faculty. There is no doubt about it, right? But when we are looking at the impact of this work, there is definitely output is increasing every year, every institution seems to be doing well, but when we look at the number of citations, we can see that the citations per paper seems to be going down. In the year Oman had less number of papers, the citations were much higher. But in the last few years, the number of citations have been dropping. Now, what could be the reason of that? Be with me on this one, and I'll come to some of the reasons in a while. When we are looking at the publication count as well, we can see here, lesser number of papers, more the citations. More number of papers, lesser number of citations. All right? So that's with public. Okay, that's with, of course, Sultan Qaboos University. When you look at private, there seems to be the same challenge with the decreasing number of citations. There could be several reasons, and one of them is the visibility of the research you do, and also whether the research you're producing is applicable and it's something relevant to the future. So that's a quick public versus private. So how does the research contribute? Now, we all are producing so much, okay? What is the visibility of it? And we have broken this down by various subjects or 5 broad subject areas. So we can see that the views per paper, it seems to be in 2020 and 2021, while lesser was being done, more was the impact. But the views per paper, even though the production has gone up, has actually gone low. And this is something to be considered for the next 2 to 3 years and immediate steps, because if the research you are producing, and this is for public, for private, it is also similar. Okay? Oh, thank you so much. For private as well, institutions, it's almost similar. So we've done this comparison of public versus private. So definitely more has to be done to amplify the research work you're doing, first. Second is that more visibility for the institutions here, and also the research should be relevant to the future goals of Oman, and it has to be aligned with Oman Vision 2040. So that was the first part. The second part is, what is the percentage of your papers that don't receive citations at all? If we compare, I've taken both public and private here, in 2020, that percentage was 11. Haven't received any citations. However, in the last year, that number has doubled. So almost 48% of the work in public and 41% haven't received any citations. We could argue in the next year it will receive and so on, but in the first 2 years they don't receive it, that paper is not going to receive future citations. So again, think of it, is this aligned with the national vision and the priorities of the region as well, okay? And that's what rankings are all about. It's a reflection of the work you do. So far we're doing well, but we're doing excellently in the future. We need to relook at this data carefully. So what type of research does Oman need to do? Of course, we all seen earlier, articles seem to be doing well, right? So we can see, and this is for public now, articles in Q1, amazing, amazing, amazing. And engineering and technology and life sciences seems to be the natural kind of fit for Oman. It's doing really well. Also in Q2, articles. Now, articles seem to be doing very well, but review papers, you can see here, are very less. So a focus on review papers, because what happens in review papers? You are able to showcase that you are an expert in global challenges as well. So you kind of look at what's happening globally and bring them to Oman and kind of do your review paper, right? Now we can see that in 2020, lesser number of articles, you can see 220, this is public of course, generated more number of citations. And of course, the reviews, even though they were so less, even today, generate more citations. So the takeaways, of course, is alignment of your research, trying to be an expert, also not focusing on quantity but quality are some of the takeaways for institutions. I will leave the slides with you all so you all can decipher it, and of course if you like to one-to-one, we're happy to do that with institutions. There's lots of data here, but I would like to just focus on the high level. So this is with private institutions, the same case. The impact of the research is a big challenge. I'm going to leave the slides for you to look at later on, okay? Now, interesting part of collaborations. All of you have collaborated with somebody or the other. Which is the country that collaborates the most with Oman? Any guesses amongst you all? UAE would be one natural choice. India? Which one? Saudi Arabia, yes. Also Egypt. Okay. Now, are these partnerships, what you have, helpful for you as Oman? Okay. We all would say yes, but there are some partnerships which they're so diverse at the moment in the data we have that they need to start being focused. Okay. So what is that? So I have done a quick comparison of regional. Okay. The fonts are great here because we can also read this compared to last week when we had the fonts really small. So we can see here, now this is really interesting. The topmost collaborator is King Saud. There's no points extra for guessing that Saudi Arabia is one of the key partners. But the impact of that research jointly with King Saud is much lesser than what you have been doing with Cairo University. Okay? Or University of Sharjah. There are a big number of papers. You see the orange there with King Saud, which are not even cited. Okay, so again, relooking at your partners, seeing whether those partnerships are actually being helpful and aligned with your vision 2040. Okay, we can again spend a lot of time on this. I know we have limited time, but I have a few more slides. When we look at global, we see that Anna University in India seems to be one of the top collaborators, but not as impactful. There are almost 113 papers which have not got any citations in the last 5 years. Okay, but University Kebangsaan Malaysia seems to have a bigger impact with a lesser. Look at that, 399 papers with Anna and 198 with Kebangsaan receives 5 times more citations. So choose your partners carefully which have a shared vision and mission. All right. Finally, I know a little bit more than a minute here with SDGs. Okay, and I'm looking at SDGs broadly. QS looks at SDGs in the sustainability ranking. We only have one institution from Oman in the sustainable in the ESG, which Environment, Sustainability and Governance ranking. When we look at this, we see that more than half of the papers you produce are not linked to any SDGs. More than half. So, and that number has been constant over the last few years. But you seem to be doing very well in SDG 3, SDG 7, and all of these feed into sustainability. Sustainability feeds into the world. All right? So, again, even though you're doing well in SDG 3, you have a good portion of papers which are not being cited. All right? So, the final part of it, I'm just going to touch upon very few case studies here, but just to leave you with some points on the research front. Are you doing personalized research for the country? Are you pioneering in areas, in untapped areas? Are you looking at national challenges? Are you showcasing the work you do globally? I know some of you are. Are you branding yourself? Are you looking at international partners and the societal impact? And for that, let me touch upon just one case study. The rest of them, I will leave it in the deck if you like to go through, is King Abdulaziz University in Saudi Arabia, which partnered with Oxford for using AI in medicine. All right, very unique partnership, generated a lot of talk around town, and today that has helped King Abdulaziz University to improve in the research rank from 3 years, you can see, 210 to 101 in research, and a reputation also almost doubling the rank there. And so we quickly touched upon research. One final part is the reputation part. I would like to encourage you to start looking at your storytelling. It is not about just publicizing your institution, it's about your storytelling. And in the storytelling, are you talking about the people you have? Are you talking about things that are easy to remember for academics? Are you promoting your research? Because there is something called the dopamine effect, where if you are able to connect personally to the person at the other side, rather than giving facts and figures, that will kind of ignite empathy towards your institution. I have a short video which I will not play, but there are several case studies which we have for that. Of course, we are available. Storytelling in branding and research impact, several areas we've covered. Oman seems to be doing well, and we hope that in the upcoming QS World University Ranking, from the one single institution we have in Oman in the world, we'll be able to increase that. So we hope and we are waiting with anticipation for that. Thank you very much for your time and appreciate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin, for this insightful presentation. Our next speaker for today, someone I've known for a long time, I'm a good acquaintance, has 13 years experience working in international education sector and has a passion for making education accessible to all. He specializes in business development, change management, scaling business operations, and strategy development. He joined Times Higher Education 4 years ago and has specialized in university transformation projects in the UK and much of the Middle East. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Lokesh Chetli from Times Higher Education.
So it should be up here, right? And this is the clicker. Okay. Yeah, this is the one. So just forward. Super. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, Your Excellency, Mr. Rama, Professor Ahmed, thank you so much for inviting me today. It's lovely to see you again. I was in Oman very recently, just last week actually, but it's brilliant to be back, see so many familiar faces. But for those of you who don't know me, as Dr. Tariq mentioned, my name is Lokesh Chetli. I work for Times Higher Education, and it's a real honor to be here today to discuss a little bit about rankings and also about the future of higher education in Oman. So just a bit of an overview of what I'll be discussing today. I know we only have 15 minutes, so I'll only be touching on a few elements, but of course we'll be more than happy to discuss any aspects with you in any of the breaks. We'll be discussing a little bit about our rankings, a little bit about the methodologies, but also most importantly, the current participation from Oman and some recommendations as to how to move forward, increase that participation, increase that performance, and really align it to the 2040 vision and also align it to each individual university's strategic plans and strategic goals. So, as you know, Times Higher Education, we've been around for 50 years now. We started off in 1971 only focusing on news and journalism, but now in 2024, we're focusing on a range of different solutions, range of different strategic support that we give to ministries around the world and also to universities, of course. Some of these areas that we do focus on are data and analytics, of course, from all of the data that we gather around the rankings, consultancy services, which are very bespoke and very tailored to each individual university's needs. We support as well, of course, with recruitment of faculty, recruitment of academics, and students as well around the world. Brand and marketing, as we know, storytelling and really sharing and showcasing your thought leadership is crucial in building that reputation, and we support with that as well. And of course, we still keep true to our editorial insights, our news and journalism around the world. Now, the big question, of course, we're speaking about rankings today, but the big question is, why participate in rankings? And the first one that comes up, of course, is visibility. Being able to showcase to students, to academics, to ministries, to alumni, to all of these different stakeholders that a university may have, visibility is key in showcasing your thought leadership and showcasing your excellence. Recruitment is crucial as well. We all know this. Recruitment of not only domestic students, but international students as well. And not only when it comes to students, but also the recruitment of faculty and the recruitment of management and academics. When it comes to collaboration, this is a key aspect as well. When we're looking at research collaborations, research partnerships, the signing of MOUs, universities tend to look at rankings as a measure for benchmarking and to select their peers and select universities that they wish to work with. And finally, of course, benchmarking. It's easy to go on a path on your own, but if you're not going along with others and seeing how you're comparing, you can't really measure your progress. So benchmarking is a crucial aspect of why rankings hold such importance, and they facilitate collaboration on days like today. Now, at THU, we have several rankings. We have rankings focused on teaching, which are now evolving into our latest rankings, the newest development, the online learning rankings, which will be launched later this year. And they have a little bit more focus on development to keep up with modern technology, but also that focus on teaching. And of course, our research rankings. We have our flagship World University Rankings, which I'll speak about a little bit more in a second. And finally, we also have our impact rankings focused on sustainability. That will be for the 6th year running now. They're the most rapidly growing rankings. They align very much to many countries' visions, especially in the region, around sustainability, around turning the economy into a knowledge economy. And so I'll touch on the impact rankings as well in a second. Now, from the World University Rankings, where we have quite a high threshold for research for entries. So we have, for the World University Rankings, a university must have published at least 1,000 papers over the last 5 years to participate. And in each of those years, a minimum of 150 papers. Those are the World University Rankings. From that, we have the derivative rankings, which I'll focus more on today. We have the Arab University Rankings, the Young University Rankings, and the Asia University Rankings as well. The main focus, of course, will be on the Arab University Rankings. Now in their 4th year, the criteria for entry is for a university to have published at least 500 papers over the last 5 years. And the metrics have been tailored slightly for the needs of the region. So very much in focus of the growth in research and the growing reputation as well in the region. The Young University Rankings follow a very similar methodology to the World University Rankings, but they apply to universities that have been established in the last 50 years. And the Asia University Rankings, of course, focus on the continent. Those metrics have been slightly tailored for the needs of the continent as well. So a university in the Middle East can be eligible for all 4 rankings, and in addition to the impact rankings as well. Now, the big question is how to submit data. We've seen participation in Oman growing, especially this year, but there are still universities who can submit data, and in order to do that, it's quite a simple process. You simply have to nominate a data provider, email profileRankings@timesoureducation.com. We will link you to the portal where you can submit your data, and the portal stays open from January every year up until the end of March every year. Now, where do we collect our data from? We have 3 main sources. We have the performance data that comes from universities themselves, so that is the data that you submit directly to us. Then we have the reputation data that comes from the Global Academic Reputation Survey, and we also have a specific regional survey, the Arab survey as well. That is the only bespoke survey that we have in the world for the region. And finally, of course, we have the bibliometric data that comes directly from Elsevier. Now, a brief look at the data and the methodology. We collect data at the institutional level across 11 broad subject areas, which are over here, and then these get classified into 33 more detailed subject areas as well. And of course, we're collecting data on national and international students and staff. undergraduate degrees awarded and postgraduate degrees awarded, and the income data as well. That's the total income data, that for research and that coming from industry as well. Now, the following Sankey diagram explains how the methodology is put together, how those different weights connect. I won't go into too much detail over here, but as we can see, on the left over here, we have the three main sources that we have. The Arab Reputation Survey, where we collect our reputation data, holds great weight at 41%. We then have the direct university submission, over here in purple, feeding into different pillars. And finally, we have the bibliometric data that comes directly from Elsevier. Now, when we focus on the key pillars that we're looking at benchmarking universities against, it's teaching, research environment, research quality, which is of key importance, contribution to society, and of course as well, the international outlook. Now, some areas to highlight over here are specifically the research environment. We have research productivity, which is relative to the number of staff and the productivity of that staff. But research quality is something that really is something that we've defined even further in the last year. We've had a bit of a change in methodology over the last year to make the rankings even more robust and really measure universities on their quality. We have research strength, which is measured at the 75th percentile of the field-weighted citation impact. We have the research excellence, which is the number of papers in the top 10%. And finally, the research influence as well. So what influence does my paper have? Is my paper being cited by other highly cited researchers as well? Now, I'll focus a little bit on the impact rankings as well. As I mentioned, they've been growing incredibly over the last the last 6 years. And what we do is we measure universities on their contribution towards research and sustainability, their outreach to their local community, their stewardship to the land that they have their campus on and the surrounding areas as well, and of course the teaching. How are we teaching our students to be sustainable in the future, and how can they drive these skills going forward as well? Now, how we rank the impact scoring is quite simple. We ask universities to submit data to SDG 17, which is partnership for the goals, plus 3 more SDGs of your choice. And that makes up the combined score. However, a university can submit to more than just these 4 SDGs, and you'll be ranked in each of those individual SDGs as well. Now, why participate in the impact rankings? They're not focused as much on research, but what our own research shows is that students worldwide are valuing what universities are doing towards sustainability more and more. They are very inclusive rankings where they're not as elitist as the research rankings, where we usually see the top 100 being the typical Ivy League universities. In the impact rankings, we see universities from across the world doing quite well. So it really allows an opportunity for thought leadership. And as I say, they very much align to the missions and visions of many different governments around the world. Now, let's look at Oman and ranking participation. At the top, we have ranking participation for the Middle East, for the impact rankings, reputation rankings, the World University rankings, and the Arab rankings. And as it stands, yes, the participation from Oman at the moment isn't that high. But what I would like to focus on is the change that we're going to see this year, and it's significant. So for the Arab University rankings in 2024, we expect to see something along these lines in terms of participation. Now, this is a small growth, but in the coming years, we're expecting to see even more growth. And when we focus on that progression towards the World University rankings, at the moment we have just one university, Sultan Qaboos University, but over the coming years, we see growth in this area. And I've drawn this line at 150 because that is the minimum number of papers that we need to have in each of those 5 years. And we can see now a number of universities going beyond that threshold. So over the following years, we expect this number to be continuously growing as well. Now, when we look at the progression over the next few years for the Arab University rankings, we do see now some universities that are going beyond that 500 publication threshold over the last 5 years. So again, we expect that number to increase significantly. And just to give you some context, in this last year, for the submission that just finalized in March, we had submissions from 10 universities in the country. That's up from only about 4 last year. So we're seeing a great increase over here. Now, recommendations on institutional engagement would be for us to continue the collaboration work that we're doing with you, visiting your campuses, having those discussions around how to increase productivity in research, how to grow that volume of research whilst maintaining that quality, having sessions with faculty so that they can understand the importance of their work and how their work influences the university's status at a global level, and really to support not only at an individual level, but also at a national level. And at a national level, to give you a bit of an idea, we've had a number of different projects with governments around the world. In the region, we've had work that we've done with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And of course, their very ambitious Vision 2030 focuses on a number of different rankings and having their institutions be elite institutions, not just regionally, but globally. And our consultancy team has supported their ministry, their government, with this project. It's quite a large project. It's being phased out over a number of years. But in the initial stages, it involves a deep level of analysis in performance across different rankings. Not only that, but also how to set the next steps going forward in terms of research, in terms of collaboration, in terms of really understanding the gap analysis between their current performance and where they intend to be. And to give you another bit of insight, here's a bit of an example of some of the key institutions in Saudi Arabia and which are their core countries in terms of where their research collaboration partnerships are coming from. And we can see there's quite a lot of repetition over here, with Egypt, for example, being one of the core countries where the kingdom has been having a lot of collaboration. We see also Pakistan. And so one of the insights that was gathered from this first phase of this project was how to diversify that research collaboration and to see what impact that diversification could have on the performance of the individual universities' rankings as well. So this is to highlight the point that we continue our work at individual level with universities, but we are also engaging now at a national level, at a ministerial level, to support the country's visions. And for us, it would be a great honor to support the Omani National Vision for 2040 and play a part in that as well. So I'll stop there. I think Dr. Tariq is giving me the messaging to say that time is up. But of course, I will be here in the networking sessions for any questions and answers. And I appreciate your invite and your time for listening to me today as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lokesh, for this enlightening presentation. Our next speaker for today is from the University of Malaya. He's currently the acting registrar of the university. He's also the former Deputy Vice Chancellor for Development and also the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs of the university. He undertakes research in the field of chemical engineering. To date, he has supervised more than 100 PhD and master students and published more than 300 papers in high-impact journals. So please welcome Professor Dr. Abdulaziz bin Abdurrahman.
This is reason. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellency, the Minister, respected participants here, Excellencies, and especially to the Vice Chancellor of Nizwa University, Professor Ahmad, and I have some ex-student and ex-staff here as well. Great to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Now I will take probably about 12-13 minutes today. I have 12-13 slides. Some of the slides I will skip. I think the previous two speakers have covered a little bit of that. But what I'm going to share today is rather our experience, the positive experience, the good experience, the hardship that we went through, so that at least we'll have some idea. All right. That's my Chancellor. In Malaysian universities, the Chancellors are the royal most of the time, or political persons. That's His Royal Highness Sultan Dr. Nazrin Muhyiddin Shah Ibni Almarhum Sultan Azlan Shah. That's my Vice Chancellor. Now, the university we have more than 8,000 international students from 90 countries, and we have about undergraduate students now, about 20,000, postgraduate about 15,000. And this number will go up to about 50,000 in 2 years' time. So as I speak now, I think we are making effort to increase these numbers to about 50,000. We have 1 academic centers, 70 research centers. We have 40 faculties, and we have more than 200 academic programs. Now, this is our current position. We are top 100. That's 65. Okay, so this is something missing here. World University Ranking, we are not number 1. Some information is missing here. World University Ranking, we are 251 to 300 category. Green metric 60. So basically, when you look at QS ranking, we are top 100. Now, this is a subject. This year, we have 5 subjects. These are the numbers: engineering, technology, where I come from. I'm a chemical engineer. Chemical engineering, we are top 100. So these are numbers. So this is an increase from last year. So this is a big message. It means now our ranking has put our faculties, our departments into a position where we are best in the world and we attract a lot of students. Okay. Now this is to recall what was said earlier. Why ranking? Basically, we don't look at the numbers, but with a good ranking, we attract good staff, good students all over the world. In fact, our application for undergraduates and postgraduates, for every 10 application, probably we'll only take 2 or 3. So that is the impact of being highly ranked. Now, this is something that I want to spend time on. I was involved in this process. At the time, I remember I was the acting dean. So we had a new vice chancellor then in 05. He said that from now onward, I only want ISI publication. We never talked about ranking. We only ISI publication. And I'm putting in, that was 120 million US dollars. He said, Tony, Prof. Aziz, go back to your faculty. I want 200 proposals. So we came back with the proposals. So the proposals was something like 20 million. He said that you go back, you add another zero with this 20 million, you make it a 200 million. And you make these proposal titles to very high impact. So we call it a high impact investment at that time. So what we did, we asked our, so I'm talking about engineering experience. We had about 200 projects. So from 20 million, it became 200 million. I myself benefited. I got 8 million at the time. Money just dropped into our lab. So we say that for every 100,000, you give me 1 ISI. For every 400,000, you give me 1 patent. Then in your project, you must have someone, collaborator from top universities. At the time, ranking was not that. Bring back. And then you must travel to few places, give me funding. So if you don't travel, they'll give you a letter, warning letter. Why you are not traveling this year? If you don't have a collaborator, why there is no collaborator? That's how we started. So many of our staff were not experienced in this, but with the right money, with the right investment, with the right push, with the right help as well, because we created help. People can't write proposal, we teach them how to write proposals. And with that comes all this. So after a couple of years, people are now on their own, they learn how to do research, how to collaborate, how to get people to come in and things like that. And this is the results of this, we slowly increase. And top is in Asia, the bottom is in the world ranking. Now we are there. Now our problem is how to maintain this. Because early period, 2001, 2010, we don't have much competition. The other universities were not growing as fast. So we're okay. But now everyone is growing. The secret is for you to grow one step higher. Now, are we able to do that? Yes, we are able to do that. But we are now a little bit shifted in our focus. The focus is now to do good work, to do good research, to collaborate, and improve our university in terms of education and all that. Because I will share some of the challenges that we have now. When you are up there, whatever that you do, it will be magnified. You are a top university, why are you doing this? You are a top university, why are you not doing this? You are a top university, why your buildings are old like this, So there is a reputation for you to live with as well. But we are happy to be there. So this is our journey, and I think we are willing to share this journey. Not what to do. What to do, I think the first two speakers can tell you, but what to avoid. So if we are going into that journey, what to avoid, not repeating the mistake will be one of the things that you may want to be focused on as well. Okay, now let's move on. So now this is just for, we have many Omani students there. In fact, one from Nizwa is in my class now. I also teach now. I choose to teach. I teach research methodology. Mr. Sham, he is doing his first semester, so I just contacted him yesterday. So these are numbers. We have called healthy numbers there. Now this is, I don't have to go through this because I think the previous class will tell you more stories, but we have all this. Now, what is the challenges to penetrate and maintain a credible ranking? Now, if you ask me now after going through, because I went through the whole process together with my Vice Chancellor now, is the people. I have a model, I've seen this. Sometimes we think that we need lot of good people, but the secret is to get everyone to be there, to do their minimum. Let's say my university, we have 2,000 people. If I can make everyone to produce one paper, or 1.5 or 2 papers, is 4,000 papers. Then to depend on 20 people do great big publication. So I think that's the secret, that is the strategy that we're having now. How we bring in everyone to be there. So that will be a natural process. Otherwise, in the past, we have lost some good people. Because people will come work with us, when they get better offers, they will go. But to build everyone together, to believe in it, because many originally didn't believe in ranking. Especially we are public universities. Public universities are supposed to produce people for the country, not to play a ranking game. So these are the challenges. So creating a tailor-made ecosystem, buying from stakeholders for the shift in the focus, need for cultural adaptation. So now we want to sell this idea for the country. Because my university has been the #1 university, we produce 7 prime ministers for the country. So we are expected to carry that flag for the nation, not to play this ranking game and surrender your national autonomy into somebody's hand. We said no. Ranking is something that comes as an outcome of doing the right thing. So this is what we tell people. Okay, this is not a number game. So you start doing the right thing. Whatever the good research, good environment, good teaching, isn't that good for us? We do that. The numbers will come. If you get a majority of the people to be with us, forget about the ranking. Do good stuff, good work. It will come naturally. So now, sometimes, when people come to my university, they look at the building, old building, they ask me, how come we are still in top 65? It is the culture. It is the belief that we have instituted for the past. Like myself, I was highly cited for the last 6 years. I don't know. People ask me, how come you have your top management post and how you are highly cited? I say that there is a culture in my group. They feel proud to publish. When they publish, they don't even look at these lower level journals. They always looking at Q1, Q2. So that culture is the one that's taking us there. So this has to be created. And it's not a short journey, it's a long journey. Okay, I will go through. So these are some enablers. I'll leave it here, I don't have to go there. Okay. Now, what are the benefits? This one, we have lots of statistics, data. If anyone want to get these figures and all that we have, we are attracting international students, attract more industry partners. We get industry partners with that funding. We get more, attract and retain good academic staff, quality of research and impact. Now, I am actually the registrar. Registrar look at human resource. We look at application of academics. I get lots of applications from all over the world because of the ranking. Employability of students increase, academic footprint of staff increase significantly. Our academic staff, they can go in many places and get employment. And the university brand generally increase its value and it provides position of academic win. This is not something that I'm saying, I'm just summarize it, but this we have numbers. And we can even look at years how we increase those things. So those initial investment of that money, of course every year we have that as well. I'm sure it has paid more than it's due. The ROI is very good for us. Okay? Now, what is the reality of being? It's a long haul process. Don't go for short term. Okay? Participation will be put into a world map. You'll be in the world map. And positively or negatively. Let's say today, this year you reduce in your ranking. There'll be a lot of questions asked. Why this university have gone down from? What's wrong? Universities must open for internationalization. We cannot be closed. It is an indicator being used by parents, students, collaborators to evaluate the university, whether we like it or not. Because in my own country, people question why ranking. The methodology used to be questioned. Why QS is ranking? This is not the right way to do it. It's okay. We can question, but this methodology is being used for everyone. So just get it and go along with it. That's what we do. We don't question the methodology anymore. Universities should realize that ranking is an outcome that comes from doing the right things. I think this is the main message that I want to deliver today. Now, I conclude. Participating in ranking process enhances academic excellence. Now, having said that, sometimes students ask us, you said you are 65, but how come the toilet is very dirty? You said you are 64, how come the canteen, the food is very bad? So this is something that you need to manage. Perception has to be managed. People want to correlate your ranking with what you are actually. So this is something that you must be prepared for. With the right strategies and enablers, universities can position themselves in a better ranking process, obviously. There are many direct and indirect advantages. Here is a proof that it's possible to achieve a highly ranked university status with the right strategies. We are comprehensive universities. We have religious studies, we have language studies, but we could do it. Here is we are willing to share. and assist other partner universities in the ranking process. We have helped more than 50 universities. We are happy to do that. And there are challenges that need to be addressed for the highly ranked universities. Thank you very much. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdulaziz. Our next speaker is from the region. He is an associate professor and senior consultant in quality and accreditation. He possesses a wealth of experience spanning over 30 years in academic and research domains. His expertise encompasses various facets of education, including medical education, higher education quality assurance, accreditation, and university rankings. He presently serves as the Dean of Quality and Academic Accreditation, as well as the Chief Executive Officer of Quality and Patient Safety at the Academic Medical City. Please welcome Dr. Ahmed Al-Kuwaiti from Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
كان نشوف ايش من الشاشه هنا ولا لا؟ السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning for everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for this really opportunity to represent a journey, and I hope this journey it will be benefited to the mission of this conference. Let me go through journey of 20 years. 20 years of experience, 20 years of challenges, 20 years of work hard for a university start to move toward the top of ranking among Saudi universities and the Arab region and the world. In 2006, history is important. History is important. This is from where we learn. In 2006, I was in England for sabbatical. I received a call from one of the executives. He said, Ahmed, we have really a bad report from one of the journal called THE. What's going on? Do you have any idea what's going on? I said, THE? I know THE's Times is the journal. We read it for higher education. They have a supplement. We enjoy it. But ranking, you come into business of ranking. What is ranking? Is it a classification? Is it having this? He said, no, they are ranking our Saudi universities and this and this and this and that. I went back and I read and go through, this is true. Okay, now there is in the market agencies, they do rank the universities according to indicators. For us, this is something new in higher education. Well, what we're going to do now? For me, for the journey of my university, okay, we said, well, this is not because of they need to classify. We need to work on ourselves to move. This is the future. And as Mr. Ashwin and my friend in Times, if you see, now there is few universities in the past, now hundreds, they are coming to participate and share their data with Times and the QS and Shanghai. That means this is a story, we have to work on it. We have to deal with it. The great things, apart from this story, we have 2030 for Saudi Arabia. It becomes one of the shiny things, clearly cut. We need to be top 5 Saudi university, top 200 within the world ranking and Arab and other things. It's become like national strategy. Let me go back to my journey, the 20 years journey. My Vice Chancellor said, okay, what are we going to do? We went back to Saudi, he said, well, we need to work for our strategic plan. Go back to strategic plan. Do we have those indicators clearly, okay, to build it step by step? It's not a number, we're gonna work on it. It's not the tools, we're gonna do it, then next month we're gonna see the results. No, we did. We built a strategic plan. We studied carefully the performance indicators for the movement of the university in terms of education, community, research, and now we add sustainability. That's mean our vision in leading universities nowadays has been changed. We are not now leading universities now by do this and do that. We are running universities by numbers, reflecting to the movement where we are going. We did. We built the strategic plan. That back, we finished in 2009. We were in that time as a branch of a university. Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal in Dammam, it used to be King Faisal University branch. By the strategic plan and the richness of it and the optimistic of it, they make it a unique university. As a standalone university, we call it University of Dammam. In that time, then it has been changed to Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal back in 2016, and we are establishing it 2011. By this strategic plan and framework, this young university, it became the first accredited university by the NCAA, which is the Commission of Saudi Arabia. And our teaching hospital accredited by the Joint Commission International as academic centers for teaching. That was in 2011. In 2014. And we are keep going. We are watching the strategic plan from day one, and we are keeping reading and analysis of it. Now, the university, top of 500 in QS, top 600 in Times. It has been chosen among 9 Saudi universities to be supported for the movement toward the 5 universities by 2030. Okay, because of we are work hard for it. From this point, where we are going with this journey to understand this kind of experiences, what we built it in the university, how to be reflected. We learn lessons. Back from 2008 up to 2024. We found our strongicity to be within analyzing and reading carefully every single results we receive it from those agencies. And we build tools and operations for each recommendation. Now, I'm going to focus on 4 objectives. I did mention the importance. I will go through strategies and I will touch the approaches, and meanwhile I will go through the best practice. Have in mind, we are going to strategies. We are going through a journey to learn from it, okay? Significance is good, okay? We need benchmark. We need, as my friend Ashwin mentioned, he said we need more collaboration and partnership. We need opportunities to support the research and infrastructure. And also, where are we among our Saudi university, among Arab region, among the world? Are we in the right track? Okay, is our student proud of our university? This is very important. Within the ranking, we found the indicators, what has been mentioned by QS and THE. The focus is this: research, But research is not enough. We need to operate this research, we need lots of mechanisms and works and community partners and education and tools for sustainability, okay? Indeed, they will take the citation and mention the indicators clearly and varies between one KBI to the other, between QS and THE and Shanghai, but where is the strategic plan? As my friend mentioned, he said, do it natural, okay? Build it naturally. Also, we are not worse than what's going on. In Saudi Arabia back in 2008, okay, we have one university, King Abdulaziz, then KFUPM, then King Saud. Now, if we see the results of the results of higher education, we have more than 22 Saudi universities participating, okay, and ranked, and which is we are dreaming about it 15 years ago when we are be more positive toward this ranking. Okay, and also we are not as a Saudi far away from the result of Oman as one university we have for the time being, okay, and now we have 22 and 16 the QS, and I think with the 2025 result to be more and also doubled because they look at it as a positive things to be within their university. Same thing for the benchmark. We look at it carefully. Where are we? Are we carefully look at to the Saudi Arabia as a country? They have 2030 vision, very optimistic country, looking forward. We are leading by a young Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He wants the 5 top Saudi university to be there. We have to be really acknowledged and qualified to reach this. Same thing for the academic reputation. We look at it like what we look at for the recitation, for the other indicators will be the same. My message in this, look at for all your indicator as one, not as a separate, okay? To move with this, with our strategies, we are really find a best practice to be as a story told. Okay, we find our international curriculum, internationalization our curriculum, okay, is going well along with the providing the student with diverse perspective, okay, and guest lecture, global challenges, okay, and we start as a university in Imam Abdul Rahman to have the best practices. College of Medicine we have with Monash, okay, built curriculum together, okay, within our culture, within our unique, doing research together, doing work together. This is, we found it very fruitful to support the research, the citation, the reputation. We found the enhance of research is very important. We promote the university affiliation as one of the major strategic plan we have among the faculty. Nowadays, we have research centers of excellence. We have elite program, which is we have the top research world working with us and develop research with our young research, with our post-grad, okay? Also, we found establish the benchmark with others. We are not away from Nazwa. We have almost 2,000 faculty, 37,000 students, graduated almost 50,000. We are participating to the economy of the country with more than 7,000 physicians, okay? We found our collaborating industry partners with our colleague in our university, in Arab region, and world is important. Within this, we found to establish organization to be in the right way is very important. This is not a committee work. This is not a task force. No, this is establishment to become and to be installed within the system of the organization itself. Best practices, enhanced research, okay? We found patent. We used to have, I remember back in that time, we have only 4 patents. Now we are the second between Saudi University with more than 100 patents within Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal. Strategic, keep it in mind. Strategic is important. Also, we have a lot of examples we can tell within this story and journey. We are promoting innovation and partnership. And we have best practices with different colleges. One of them, they are moving forward and keep things going well. One of them is in the business college. Also, we strengthen the industry partnership. Okay, we have work with Saudi Aramco, with other hospitals in the world, with other academic centers, with other work. A lot of work we did to enhance collaboration and establish units to organize and make growing to this relation and follow up to this relation and have an outcome, not memorandum of understanding. No, it's actual partnership. Also, we found ourselves very important to bring the alumni to the spot. Okay, don't forget those they are very powerful to help and to work with you regard bringing the feasibility for their career and for your development of the university. Okay, we found a lot of results and a lot of support from our ranking. One of the major is people in our alumni, they support our chairs, the scientific chairs. They decided to raise their loyalty with this. And also, we enhance the academic reputation. We find this is very important. One of the major, what we're gonna do with it, how it's gonna be. If we see we are visible now, everybody knows Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal. Maybe it has been changed to the University of Dammam and changing names, changing logo, it will make really big effect to this, but I think we are going in the right way to see very bright people. One of the major things what we did, we have a Zoom meeting. It has been established 2020 and thousands of speakers in the world and attendance, we call it Jusur. We invite them, they speak for 19 minutes. We are bringing all over from state, England, and it's a monthly. Okay, free, and we give certificate for those people to attend. We tell them thank you for coming and attending and being with us to get to know the university. I think we are moving to improve the employer participation, and we have a good practice with that. Especially, we have organizing annual meeting, facilitating the dialogue between the alumni. We call it Multaqa. Okay, we are going around the country, Saudi Arabia, around the world. We see our people all over to say thank you for them to participate and supporting the university. Okay, and we found also the feasibility. It has to be work within a structure, a framework, how you want university to be and how you market the research and the brand university. I think the support of THE and Times of this is very important toward the universities, and I think they are willing to give some advice regarding like what they did with us, and thank you for them for years of relation with them. Let me just take keyword. I know the time is up and I really apologize, okay? I just want to mention, very important, look to the collaboration, look to the feasibility, how you're gonna make it, look to the innovation, and read carefully the fact sheet, what has been sent to you by Times and Higher Education in Shanghai, and analyze it. This is very important tools. It will really correct your path and take you to the road what you are going to. I hope you have a nice journey and excellent journey like what we did in our university. Thank you so much for having me here, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. I'd just like to remind the audience, as you are getting closer to the question and answer session after our last speaker, so if you have any questions, you can take a screenshot of this QR code and post your questions. So that will help us in answering your queries or questions during the question and answer session. So please, if you're interested, just take a Q&A QR code, just take a picture and post any questions that you have. Okay. Our last speaker, not the least of course, for this session, he holds a position of professor and head of School of Engineering at the National University of Computer and Emerging Sciences in Islamabad, Pakistan. Currently, he is also visiting research collaborator at Princeton University, United States. His distinguished academic career and research contributions are exemplified by his authorship or co-authorship of over 80 research articles, mostly in IEEE, Journals and Transactions, and HEC Platinum category journals, boasting a cumulative impact factor exceeding 400, having more than 2,000 plus citations. Please join me in welcoming Professor Muhammad Tariq.
Her Excellency, Minister of Higher Education, Chancellor of the University of Nizwa, Chancellor and Vice Chancellors, Professor, academicians, participants, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It's a great honor to be invited here as a speaker in this August forum and present a case study of Pakistan from the perspective of research citations, research impact, and the university ranking. So thank you for my brief biography. So I will not go in that detail. I will come directly and discuss on university ranking. As mentioned earlier by our two speakers in the morning, they did provide a benchmarking to the stakeholders, whether they are parents, teachers, people from the industry, employers. So it provide them a benchmarking that where they are, from which university that individual is graduating, are graduated already, or I'm going to admit my son, my daughter, my relative to this university, whether it is worth admitting or not. So it provides a benchmarking, and that's why everyone is moving toward there. So earlier, two of our speakers, they discuss about different performance, key performance indicators, parameter performance with respect to of Arab region in Oman. I will be presenting, we are not that far from this region, and we are also collaborating. In fact, we have started a kind of strategic partnership with the University of Nizwa, and I was part of international review program recently here. So when it comes to the time higher education ranking, so you can see here that impact, they gave a huge weightage to the research impact, whether the research output, research quality, and that was mentioned by Dr. Ashwin early in the morning, that what exactly we mean by the impact, the citations per faculty, and how they rank the university accordingly. And then if you see here, here are some important points that I will relate my case study later on. The criteria of exclusion from the ranking. And the university I belong to, it is called, commonly it is known as FAST University, which is actually a foundation for advancement of science and technology. But the university name is National University of Computer and Emerging Sciences. So one of the benchmark I will share with all of you, maybe some of participants are from Pakistan. So all the top ranked universities, their deans, vice chancellor, around 60 to 70% of their kids are graduated from this university. So, but still, where they are lagging behind in the ranking, if you can see, the first two criteria was already mentioned by Mr. Jetley from the Time Higher Education. I will not go in that detail, but if you see the third criteria, so you mentioned 11 subject areas, but we are very specialized. If you see the name of the university, it is Computer and Emerging Sciences. So if the site, the contribution is only more than 80% from one side, so they straight away exclude that university from the ranking. So here we are excluded from higher education. The reason is just because of this, not because of the quality, the impact, the employability of the student, but just because they have different benchmarking and because they want the university to compete globally. So that's why they have benchmarking and they have those KPIs which each and every institution need to meet. Now let's come to the QS ranking. So again, very respected ranking in the world. And they also assess, and that is already mentioned by many speakers, including our Excellency, that which criteria on which the university is ranked. So here again you see citation per faculty. So 20% of weightage is given here to the, in other words, the research output. So it means that universities need to put a lot of efforts in regarding citation in terms of Oman and regional countries. Their detail was already provided by Dr. Ashwin. So every university, they are now focusing on this performance indicator as well. Okay, another very interesting, and I think they recently introduced, this is called IRN, International Ranking of the International Research Network. So actually they give, the weightage is not that high, it's 5% as of now, but that is what they promote, the collaboration, research collaboration across the region. And if you see the parameter, so if you see the formula, if I can summarize it, it says that diversity, the more the participant, the co-authors in a publication from diverse regions, from diverse institution from diverse region, the more the score they can get. So in other words, they encourage collaboration from across the region, across the institution, and this is what we can, and if this indicator somehow the percentage is increased, so many university ranking can be influenced by this as well. Now let's come to the QS ranking for Pakistani universities. Again, if we see here, so 14 universities are in this ranking as of now. The top university, which is a journal university, it's called Quaid-e-Azam University, and it is ranked 315. The second one is National University of Science and Technology. We also have National University of Science and Technology there, and it is ranked, this year the rank reduced down. And if we see ourselves, so we are, it's come to subject ranking, because we are very specialized in computer and emerging sciences only. So if you see that ranking, so we are between 450 to 500. Now here is what I want to show you, because we are, and in fact our higher management, they were more focused on local ranking. And this is one of the prestigious local ranking, not international ranking, where they rank the university on these criteria, such as the employability of the student, their research and innovation, and their salaries, their demand in the salary and employability, and reputation in the local market. So here, surprisingly, we are in all four criteria. We are at number one in Pakistan. But if you compare that with the international ranking, so we are nowhere. So here are the challenges that is being faced by Oman and also in other countries in the region, excluding maybe Saudi Arabia, that how to address these challenges. So our challenges may be somewhat similar in some way, that may be different. For example, in terms of internationalization, I mean the number of international faculty and students. So we have different challenges. Reputation in terms of security, and at the same time retaining the top highly cited. For example, myself, I have been approached by different universities to join them. Same like those who were in that list of highly cited researchers, they are nowhere now in our university. They already left. They are either in Gulf, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. They are contributing in a different way, but it is not, it is a challenge how to retain those faculties, how to give them incentives to retain them, like 5 times, 6 times higher salary being offered. So how to retain those faculty in the university is a big challenge. Secondly, how to attract the international students. So these are the challenges, one way or the other way, we are facing. Then employer reputation, that is something we are very good at, but at the same time, it can be enhanced and improved by, providing the right data, get the what challenges do you face in getting data from the employer? They are very busy in providing in feedback in the form of those form and file. It is a hectic process. So what incentive you give? So that is another challenge. Then data collection and reporting. To be very honest with you, our higher management were not that, they say, look, we are, if you go to North America, even in Silicon Valley, are the world top companies. So we took pride in that if you go to these companies, you will find an alumni of our university, we call it FAST. But that is, they were taking pride. But international ranking, we were nowhere. So then we realized to provide that data, and initially, part-timers, faculty members, they used to collect, and the ranking people are here, and they need dedicated people so that they can submit the data on time. Another challenge is that we may all face, and that is at department level. The faculty, somehow they are overwhelmed by doing it. By the way, we focus more on teaching than research. So how to give incentive to such faculties if they are teaching, say 18 credit hours, 15 credit hours per week. So how to inculcate the research culture there? Naturally, it is very challenging. So another is like specialization. If you, as I mentioned earlier, if you are focused in one area, so how you will address the challenge and how it will, provide positive impact on your university ranking. And another thing is limited resources that particularly funding cost to provide incentives in the form of traveling, grants, and also, incentives in the form of research awards, etc. So some additional consideration. As I mentioned, our main objective, the vision and mission of the university was to produce a graduate of the highest quality. Yes, we are meeting that and we take pride in that. But does it impact, what percentage it impact on your university ranking? So you can provide data, and sometime if you are more into the ranking, so whether you are getting away from the core vision and mission of the university that was set forth by the founder of the university. So we have to take that challenge into consideration, whether we meet those criteria or not. So let's come to the solution. So better to go, invite in, start collaboration, invite short-term student for short-term program, faculty exchange program, and that what we start doing with different universities around the world, including University of Nizwa. Then employer reputation, engage your local, your alumni network, and we are fortunate to have one of the best alumni network in North America. We call FAST Alumni Network of North America. And they also, actually, they are the connecting point. And as soon as our graduate, actually, some of them, they invite them and they join straight away, and they go to US and Canada to join their companies. Then you need to have a dedicated team for that, a full-time team who can provide, who can collect the data from the departments, from the university, and then they submit the right data on time. Then streamline your processes in the form of software systems, in the form of automations, and make it easy for the faculty members, for the department, so that they can have ease in processing, and which can save a lot of their time. And then faculty research output, you need to provide incentives in the form of grants, in the form of collaboration, in the form of allowing them to conduct meaningful research, and also to provide an opportunity to submit the paper in open access journal. Though my personal view may be different, but that is how you can improve the research output in citation. So how to deal with the limited source? So better to collaborate with someone who has external funding, also apply for international funding, and then also there is no shame in sharing your resources. You may be good in human resource, but not in the form of operational resources, and for that you can collaborate with other universities. And final point is how to focus on your core mission and vision along with the university ranking. So we have to keep balance between the ranking and the mission. We should be in line with the mission, and at the same time keep in mind the core ranking performance indicator, so that we can achieve a better goal, can improve our reputation locally and internationally. So we did some ongoing effort in terms of internationalization, in terms of employer reputation and data collection. And we also provided some incentives for those faculty members who are actively engaged in research, in the form of providing them research funding, in the form of PhD fellowship program, in the form of traveling grants, and many more. So with this, I would like to thank you all for listening to me, and we'll see you again in Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tariq. Again, please, the audience, if you have any questions, you can use the QR code in the middle to post your questions, and we will take care of them. So I've been told we have about 10 to 15 minutes max for questions. So please, can I invite the speakers back on stage? Once again, please, for a question answer session. Dr. Ashwin.
I'm sorry, just a quick announcement. We are just behind the schedule, actually, around 25 minutes, but we'll pick it up, inshallah, in the coming sessions. We have also limited the discussion here. The second announcement is that there is a car that's blocking one of the attendants properly. It's a Camry, plate number 66332, code PP.
Okay, so we have a number of questions. I doubt that we can do all of them, but let us see how many we can take as quickly as possible. One of the audience question is, what is the best strategy for a private college to go on university rankings, and which ranking we should go for first? Okay, so we have QS and Times here, so I don't know who to ask the question to. Probably you both can put a little bit inside.
This is a question which I think I need to ask back to you, whoever is the college, is what is your mission and what are you trying to achieve as a college? Because if you are looking to build a strong, and I think as a college, you will be involved in a strong teaching and delivery, then maybe the rankings at this time, most of the rankings might not favor you because it's going to be a heavy research component. But if you want to transition from a college into a university and you want to make that plan into what is the future going to be for you, then the rankings have to be looked at with the reputation angle first, because you will not have the research to back it up. And definitely the plan to integrate research into your strategic plan would be important. And I see institutions which are young sometimes, have got great teaching, have also got good reputation, but finally don't make it into the ranking because of two things. One is the research, and the connected to it is the reputation. So I think if you aren't focusing on, and if you think rankings are not meant for you at this time, maybe it's not the time for you as yet. So I think that's probably kind of, it's more a philosophical, question for you to think about and introspect yourself on your future.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin. Lokesh, very briefly, please.
Of course, very briefly. Thank you. To echo a little bit of what Dr. Ashwin has said, but I think also perhaps thinking about which type of ranking. There are a range of rankings as well that you could participate in. If it is aligning to your mission, for example, around sustainability, if you're a college that is focusing on teaching predominantly, but is a sustainable college, then that could be an option which you could consider in the time that you are transitioning towards that research-focused journey. Or, for example, if you're also a college which is now adapting to the needs of students with online learning, perhaps the online learning rankings could also be an avenue which you could take. So I think it's considering which would be most suited to your needs as well.
Thank you. Dr. Ashwin, I think you should take this question, both of you actually. Yale and Harvard have both announced that they are withdrawing from the US News and World Report university rankings. Harvard Law School Dean John Manning said it has become impossible to reconcile our principles and commitments with the methodology and incentives. Could you just comment on that very, very briefly, please?
We've been reading a lot about withdrawals from global rankings. Of course, institutions or rankings which actually are reliant on institutions submitting data would have the challenge because you are relying more on them submitting the right data. But with QS ranking, I can say that we don't require institutions to submit any data. And why is that? That goes to the core founding principles of our ranking, is the audience for this ranking. QS produces the ranking not for you. And I think all of you, it's great that you're all listening to the ranking presentation, but the rankings, what we produce, are meant for prospective, in the brackets, international students. And that's what the foundation of QS rankings was, is to provide the information so students can make this life-changing decisions. Of course, people in the room are using it. Chancellors, vice chancellors, government funding is linked to it, which is great. But at least for us, it is the student which is most important. And we are answerable to the student. And I like to use this proverb, in the land of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. Okay? So we don't want that to happen.
Thank you. Lokesh, any?
Of course, yeah. I think from our perspective, it is slightly different. We ask universities to submit data directly to us. We believe this data will be the most accurate, the most representative when it comes directly from them. And at the same time, if they wish to withdraw due to any reason, then they have the right to do so. We believe that that is within their right to be in the ranking or not. And historically and globally, of course, no ranking is perfect. Rankings are open to criticism. So when this does happen, we have a discussion, we listen to what the universities have to say. In this case, of course, they're very global universities, very historic universities. But I think that's necessary to keep us accountable to you, to the sector, that when there is an issue that comes up, we look at it, we look deeply into it, we understand what that criticism is, we reposition and try and embed that into our strategy, into our methodology to make it as robust as possible and to serve both students and the higher education sector as well.
Thank you, Lokesh. Next question is, what are some factors that attract international undergraduate students to University of Malaya other than its ranking?
The question is, what attracts students to University of Malaya? Now, one of the survey that we have done is the location. Our nearest, we have a very big supermarket near our university. That is one of the, so the location, the place, the living, you could live comfortably. Some says that it's kind of a Europe in Asia, something like that. So if I say visibility, his calmness, and I think it's also the clarity of what you are getting into. We are very clear about what we require from students. I think I would say that. And in the past, we used to give scholarships a bit less now. So these are some of the items that I can mention. Thank you very much.
I have a question, a direct question for Dr. Ahmed. This question is to Dr. Ahmed. As you know, the R&D requires huge funding. Can you please share with us the frame of funding in KSA and your university?
Well, the research funding in Saudi Arabia goes from the budget of the university. This is number one, which is assigned by the Ministry of Finance. And also nowadays, we have the Research Development Commission, okay, which is they are announcing their grant research for all the Saudi university according to their identity. And this is what I want to really add to my colleague. Okay, as a university, to have more visibility and more collaboration and better funding research, you have to have identity, okay? Especially for those young universities. My colleague Ashwin mentioned the mission. Okay, this is very important, but what is your identity to get to know, to get other people to know you? You are visible in this kind of research, what they are looking for, okay? And our identity as Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal IU is a health. If we see our citation is more in health, and we are collaborating more in this, it doesn't mean we're gonna ignore the other disciplines we have. No, we are comprehensive university. We are focusing on all disciplines according to the national research strategy, but we have to focus on our identity to recognize more visibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. This question is for Dr. Muhammad Tariq. It's about the student decision making, and as you mentioned, it's one of the reasons for this international ranking. So this actually, I think, is from a student from University of Nizwa, the PhD student, and he's basically questioning how can you look for leadership or universities where you can pursue your PhD studies. So the question is that you mentioned international rankings has become a part of student decision. The students make decisions. So how can students from University of Nizwa?
Okay, thank you. It's every PhD student they ask, because when they go and next time they are also being employed by some other universities. So it's the right decision to take and first to see the ranking of the university, because next you will be employed, and also sometimes consider whether that university is in top 100, 200. But let's say your university is not your university is a new university and it is not in the ranking. But next thing is a PhD student you should do is to also there are other KPIs which also reflect you as an individual, as a PhD student. So produce more quality research in the form of quality publication, and at the same time increase the visibility of your work, and also if your work are being cited, so you will be more valuable in the future as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Just last question. It's about one of the things, Dr. Ashwin, you mentioned in your talk, is that the number of publications is going up and citations are coming down. So could this be a global effect as everybody is chasing ranking? So everybody is required to publish more, rather not giving a lot of emphasis to quality? Do you think it's a global effect, or is just...
So when we compared that to the UAE, and I think this was a very unique study we did in preparation for this session in Oman, because it's a relatively young ecosystem with higher education research. So when we compared to the UAE, it was definitely lesser in terms of an impact. But I think for Oman, it is a matter of concern which needs to be fixed at this point. I think I also was just thinking of the previous question, and if you allow me just a minute more, because the question was very interesting, and I think I would like to deliberate. As a student who's looking for a postgraduate program, the rankings are definitely the last thing you want to look at. Okay, you want to look at who is the guide or who is the professor you can work under first, because that will really determine the success. After you have shortlisted that, then you can go and look at the rankings by subject, because what you're trying to do here is not just, it's not an undergraduate program, it's a postgraduate program or a postdoc where you really want to be specialized. So look at subject rankings, look then after the global rankings, then look at other areas which will help you make the decision. But if it's purely on rankings, I think it probably will not help you find the after study impact which you're trying to do, because the guide or the professor you're going to be working under is really, really key for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin. I've been told the time is up. Unfortunately, we had many questions, but I'm sure our panelists will be very happy to answer any questions while they're around in the break time. So please utilize that time. And I want to thank them again. Please give them a round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much. So we have a break now for about 20 minutes, 15 minutes, some refreshments, I think, at the back.
لكل رحلة صوت وهدف ورؤية وحصاد وحكاية ترسم معالم المستقبل. تزدهر نهضة التعليم معلنة بدء مسيرة جديدة لتحمل رسالة تتحرك بها منهج يجسد رؤى وطنية أساسها عمان وأبناء عمان. وها نحن اليوم نرى المستقبل بوضوح أكبر، متوجهين إليه بخطوات ثابتة وإيمان قوي. ما غرسناه سابقاً قد أثمر، وما نبذله اليوم سيزهر. جامعة نزوة قصة تروي نجاحات متناهية إنساناً وبنياناً، عطاءات تصب في حقل العلم والمعرفة، تشحذ همم الطلبة لأبعد من حرمها الجامعي، أجيالاً خرجتهم وخبراء صنعوا أنفسهم منها، متخصصين في نماء البشرية، فكان الإنسان أعظم ثروات الوطن وغايته. البحث العلمي استراتيجية تدفع عجلة النماء والتطوير نحو استثمار المستقبل. لقد كان حصاد جامعة نزوة فيه غزيراً، تصدرت أرقامه مشهد النتاجين العلمي والفكري، تحث الدعم، معززة للخطى وملهمة للجهود نحو ترسيخ مكانة مرموقة للجامعة بين أوساط التقدم العلمي والتقني في العالم. نسجت جامعة نزوة شراكات مجتمعية فاعلة التحمت بالمجتمع في شتى توجهاته، تهدف بذلك إلى الإسهام في تنمية طاقات الشباب ورفدها بتطلعات نظرية وعملية أساسها ما نقف عليه اليوم من آثار مجيدة عبر برامج تحقق الاستدامة والنماء. إن دعم جامعة نزوة لمراكزها وتمكينها من أدوات النجاح دفعها إلى تحقيق أرقام ريادية، فحازت محصلات مركز ريادة الأعمال تفوقاً في مجالها ليعكس واقعاً طموحاً في أعداد المنتسبين والمستفيدين والحاضنات والاتفاقيات وحتى الشركات الطلابية. تعتبر جامعة نزوة خير مثال يعبر عن رؤية الحكومة في دعم ريادة الأعمال انسجاماً مع نماء الجهود الساعية إلى تمكين الأنشطة الاقتصادية. وها هي جامعة نزوة تغطي احتياجات طلبتها وتؤدي واجبها اتجاه المجتمع بإنشاء صندوق معين لدعم ومساندة المتعلمين، لتتجسد مؤخراً في الإعلان عن مؤسسة جامعة نزوة الوقفية، أحد المشاريع الرائدة للجامعة. كما أولت الجامعة أهمية قصوى لتمكين كوادرها الأكاديمية والإدارية والفنية من مراكز قيادية، فتضمن ربيع أعمالها برامج تدريبية معتمدة بالتعاون مع قطاعات ثرية. هذا الحراك المنظم رفع أسهم نسب الكفاءات العمانية أكاديمياً وإدارياً ليواصلوا مسيرتي البحث والمعرفة. إن هذه الإنجازات الاستثنائية والكفاءات العلمية دفعت جامعة نزوة إلى حصد مراتب متقدمة محلياً وعالمياً، فأعادت تشكيل مفاهيم أهمية صناعة العقول وصقل المهارات واستثمار القوى العاملة. نعم، إننا نعتز بهم ونعول عليهم في كل خطوة واستثمار لتحقق مراتب متقدمة في تصنيف مؤشرات التعليم العالي الإقليمية والدولية. لقد وسعت هذه الاستحقاقات دائرة أهمية الاستمرار في ضمان التفوق، فأنشأت منظومة نجاح طلابية تقدم برامج مجانية لتمكين تعليم الفرد وتوفير مساحة للتعلم الذاتي. لذا اتجهت جامعة نزوة إلى استحداث مساحة تعليمية خارج حرمها بالشراكة مع المجتمع، وأنشأت شبكة علاقات محلية واسعة تمثلت في تقديم برامج غطت احتياجات تعليمية مختلفة. جامعة نزوة باتت اليوم منارة علم ورشاد، علم في تكوينها المعرفي ورشاد في مرجعيتها الفكرية، هي العلم والأدب، الأستاذ والطالب، مصادر المعلومات والكتاب، طريق ملهم نحو مختلف العلوم لتكون حاضرة تسمع الصوت وتصنع الفكرة وتحقق الرؤى الوطنية. عمان 2040.
منتدى تصنيف الجامعات العمانية. الشركاء وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار، وبرعاية الوحدة المركزية للخدمات التحليلية، مركز الخدمات الاستشارية وتوطين الابتكار، معهد التعلم مدى الحياة، مؤسسة معين الوقفية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Your Excellency, the State Council members, University Chancellors, Vice Chancellors, and my dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be with you today and moderate our second session in this forum, which will be under the title Ranking Opportunities and Challenges. We are going to have 7 sessions today, 7 speakers who are going to offer highly informative presentations. However, due to our limited time, we will have a maximum of 10 minutes for every speaker. And I wish if you can even concise your presentation, after which we will have an open discussion for questions and answers. I will be reminding our esteemed speakers 5 minutes before the end of their presentation. Our first guest speaker in this session is an associate professor in Sultan Qaboos University in the Department of Physics, College of Sciences. He also holds the position of Assistant Dean of Training and Community Services and over 22 years of teaching experience at the SQU. He's also the director of the SQU Strategic Project on International University Ranking, completed his PhD and master degree from the University of Manchester, and awarded a number of awards such as Jawharat Oman Superior Achievers of Oman, Diwan of Royal Court Awards for outstanding scientific achievements, and many other awards. I would like to welcome Dr. Tariq Muhyiddin Ghulam to give his presentation.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'd like to thank University of Nizwa for giving me this opportunity. The idea that I had was to share some experiences from Sultan Qaboos University with our other private and public universities in Oman. For reasons of just for comparison, I have not included stats from Sultan Qaboos University, but if you have any questions further on, I can answer your questions. Most of the speakers before have covered some of the aspects, but I would just like to bring your attention to why we have a kind of a strategic project in SQU is because of the Oman Vision 2040. And it comes in 2 parts. One is you have an average ranking of 300 for Omani universities appearing in the top 500 QS World University Rankings by 2030 and 2040. And having 3 Omani universities in the top 500 QS rankings by 2030. So it is, as we heard from our speakers in the first session, it is a big task and it's not going to happen overnight. A lot of effort will have to be put in, a lot of hard work, and collaboration has to be involved in this to get to this result. This data was also presented before, so at the moment I'm concentrating on QS because that's what's in the Oman vision. Okay, so I apologize for that. There's only one university in the QS World University Rankings at the moment, and for number 7 in the QS Arab World Rankings. Now, very, very briefly, we all know the methodology. The indicators are different, a little bit different from the World University Ranking, which was actually changed last year. So this is the new methodology which was introduced for the 2024 rankings. If you look at the Arab World Rankings, again, there are some different indicators. You can find all this information on the QS website and on all the details explaining each of the methodology. Now, what I've done here, just for analysis, I've included 6 universities, excluding SQU. So we have Sharqiya University, Sohar, GUTech, National University, Dhofar, and Nizwa. And all of the indicators of QS, and I'm showing you the performance over here. So you will see certain universities performing well in some of the indicators, some of them not so well. So it's a very broad spectrum of what the universities are doing. Let's look at example. Dr. Ashwin was talking about reputation, which is something we are lacking behind in my opinion. So we are almost all the universities are, have a lot of room for improvement. International faculty is a plus point. Is generally for Omani universities, that's not an issue. Faculty with PhD, for instance, Dhofar University is doing very good. Citations per paper, Nizwa is among the top over there. So general consensus. Now, in order for these universities to realize a good ranking, you have to have a generally good score across all indicators, wherever possible. For instance, we have this new indicator from last year called the International Research Network. This solely is based on your collaboration, the university's collaboration with outside universities. It could be local, but the more you have outside, the more points you get. Now, the next figure shows you the number of publications. I think Dr. Ashwin put in a different aspect of this with the publication year. So again, the number of publication is rising steadily from 2018, so 2022. You can see, the different universities and the research output. We have Nizwa on the top with very steady growth in number of publications, followed by Dhofar, Sohar, and National University, Sharqiya and GUTech, a little bit on the lower side. Now, publishing papers is a good thing, of course, increasing number of publications, but also what matters is the citations, because in both metrics, in the Arab world and the QS World University Rankings, you have citations, either citations per paper or citations in general, okay? So again, this pretty much not completely confirms what Dr. Ashwin was talking about, but there is a general trend of the number of citations falling down. But you have to keep in mind, when you publish a paper, citations don't come within a year or two, right? So it will take time for citations. That's why I've not included 2023, but the general trend is going towards on the lower side. So again, that's something which needs to be looked at. One of the indicators I talked about, the International Research Network, we have this data has been taken from SciVal, from Scopus, and it shows you the percentage of publications coming from these institutions which are based on international collaboration. So here you will see a different perspective. So Sharqiya University has, on average, 84% of its publications are based on international collaborations. So this is national collaboration. It's collaboration we're having between universities locally in Oman. You can see, although one might argue that international collaboration carries more weight, but we are not doing much in terms of local collaboration. So only 4.7%, which is the highest percentage of publications, are based on national collaboration. So this is one area where I would like to talk about in a minute, is how do you access more publications, more collaboration, more funding? So that's one of the things. So I've noted down, again, from our experience, is what are the challenges and what are the opportunities. So the challenges, of course, we know is as the reputations, the academic and employer reputation, and it's a huge exercise. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort. You want to show up in your reputation effort. Research volume and impact. Impact, I think, is more important than volume. And the infrastructure. Some universities or colleges would not have a very in-depth infrastructure for research, which is understandable. But what can they do to overcome that challenge? In terms of how we could answer those issues or challenges, is we have Ministry of Higher Education has a lot of research programs. So colleges and universities can join together, apply for joint funding. Okay, some universities might have some instruments or infrastructure. The other university might have something else. You could have researchers. You don't have to have only the infrastructure. And that collectively is going to add. So when one college or university is publishing with another college, so both are getting the benefit. It's not just the one person. Another opportunity probably could be the incentive for publications. Again, but that needs to be controlled properly. You just don't want publications increasing without the quality. So that you have to pay attention to both of these aspects. And also outreach. Again, I would encourage researchers across Oman to collaborate more. And so if you have one university having international collaboration and you collaborate with them, so you have your international collaboration as well. So it all works together for everyone together. So it's not one institution benefiting on behalf of the other. Yeah, so just reflecting, I have a few seconds left, or is my time? A few seconds, yes. We had very enlightening talks in the first session about the journeys. So this journey is not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of time. And especially when the ranking criteria changes. We had two experiences. I think QS changed its ranking in 2013, the criteria, and then again in 2023. So when that happens, you are affected some way or the other, especially if you're not ready for that. So for the next 10 years, I don't know if Dr. Ashwin can guarantee us that the criteria will not change. Hopefully, for the next 10 years. So if you are looking to get into the rankings, please remember it's a very long journey. It's not going to happen in a few years' time. And the vision of Oman to get these universities in the top 300, 500 is not going to happen without collaboration. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tariq. Our second speaker today is currently working as the head of quality assurance with the National University of Science and Technology. He has contributed he has combined experience of over 25 years in teaching, research, administration, quality assurance, and ranking. He's basically a mechanical engineer with a PhD in engineering from the National Institute of Technology in India. He has published over 40 documents in peer-reviewed journals and national and international conferences. Please welcome Professor R.V. Murali. Professor. Moving the slides, we have this.
I think somebody should help us. Sorry for the delay. Thank you, Her Excellency. It's a great opportunity for me to stand before you to give the presentation. As we see that, I earlier planned to touch upon 4 different topics, but the previous speakers have already covered most of the topics. Now I'm perplexed as to what to present to you. Well, I'm Murali. I'm from National University of Science and Technology. My presentation will be more focusing on the efforts taken by the university to advance in the ranking area. So that is going to be the core, the crux of this presentation. No, it's, yeah. The first topic will be the 4 topics which I will be covering in my presentation is the benefits of world ranking to Omani universities. Then the efforts taken by the NU to advance in ranking. The third point is how the performance of Omani HEIs in the QS and Times Higher Education ranking. Finally, the challenges faced by NU while advancing in the ranking process. So the mileages, the advantages of being ranked in world ranking is explained at much length by the previous speakers. So I will not be touching upon that. But the efforts of NU is very important, so I need to present this. Can somebody help me in? I want to show that. As we all know that the National University was formed in the year 2018, merging 2 colleges. So when we say a new university is formed, it is very important for the university to merge their Scopus profiles. So which is very important for giving a good go at the beginning. So that's how the universities started off. We had the College of Medicine, earlier it is Oman Medical College, and we had College of Engineering, earlier Caledonian College of Engineering. So both colleges' Scopus profile were merged. So how we came to know this merging is essential, because our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ali Al-Bimani, he has advised us to design a dashboard for the research publications. When we came to know that the profiles were different, the authors' IDs were different. So it is very important for universities in Oman that we have to start with merging the Scopus profiles. That will be the good starting point because we will know exactly our status and how many publications are linked to the university. So that's how we started off doing this. Then we had formed ranking committee, drawing people from different entities to work on this important project. As we all know that Oman Vision 2040 has got two major indicators with the thresholds. The first one is that in 2030 and 2040, number of universities which must be listed in QS under 500. The second KPI is having been listed in this QS ranking, what should be the average rank of that? So that's going to be the second KPI. And the timelines are 2030 and 2040. We have 6 years to go for meeting the first phase and 16 years for the second phase. So having kept this in mind, our university has started the initiatives of formulating ranking committee, drawing inputs from different colleges, and also we have given a workshop on awareness of Scopus. So the people and the authors or researchers will come to know how their profiles are maintained in the Scopus. So this has really helped us because I wanted to show that the data when we, prior to the formation of university was 200 something, but when we merged the profiles, it went up to 350. So it is very important for us to merge the profiles. Then I wanted to discuss something about the performance of Omani HEIs, and there are some analysis outcomes, but I want to show that I have prepared a slide in which the performances of Omani HEIs in the recent edition of QS, that is QS 2024, in terms of the ranking indicators. So we have done some analysis on that. So that analysis, though many of the points are already covered by the previous speakers, but few points I would like to touch upon that we want to identify. Sorry. So these are the points I was talking about. Then benefits already covered by previous speakers. Then Oman Vision, this also was covered recently by Dr. Tariq. So these are the two major indicators. So current status of Omani HEIs. So sorry for being quick. And these are the indicators which we already covered. Now, this is how we started off. So we have so many entities having different profiles. So it was essential for us to merge them. So we have campuses located in different parts of the country. So these are the programs offered by the university. Now this is the student population of our university in 2023-24. So this is the task one. We formed ranking committee. Then we merged the profiles. We created the dashboard for NU. So we came to know, while we developed the dashboard, we came to know why this many, there is a deviation between the actual publications and the one which is indexed in the Scopus. So the profile mergers happened. Then the task for Skywall listing is also to be, our university should be listed in Skywall so that it feeds the data to the ranking. We conducted an awareness session on workshop Scopus database. So this really helped our authors to know the updated publications. Then we developed a roadmap. This roadmap is very important document for us to follow for the next 2 years, 22 to 24. So what this roadmap has, it has got the details. We have already fixed how many publications the university has to make in another 2-3 years. Then we drilled down to that, and we have given the responsibility of the minimum threshold publications for each designation, each job title. This really helps us to measure up to the expectations. So as a result of all these efforts, so you can see the change in the publications from 2021 to 2024. So the total publication has gone to 1,230 from 601. So this really was an eye-opener for many of our researchers. Then the advancement in the ranking as a result of concerted efforts from 2021 to 2023. So we advanced by 10 places. Then the current ranking is in the band 101 to 110. So recently, National University acquired another entity called IMCO. So the same steps were followed to merge the profiles, so which also enhanced the research publications of the university. NU also participates in other ranking projects besides the QS. The reason is that each ranking project has got different ranking indicators. So it gives a good experience for the university to work on different ranking indicators, which will be useful for meeting the targets in the QS and Times Higher Education. Other than the ranking projects, we also participate in awards project, in which the same indicators are the various awards categories. So it really helps us to mobilize our efforts. So this is the current credentials of NU. So the total 1,291. So this is the award projects NU has participated and their current status. So now this is the point where I need to focus on the analysis of Omani HEIs in the QS Arab Region ranking. So you can see that this graph shows the score, the final scores of individual HEIs in Oman in the recent edition of the QS. So the purpose of sharing this slide is to arrive at few outcomes of this slide. So what are the outcomes? So it is very clear that we all have to go a long way. We have to work hard to achieve the country's target. So the first timeline is fast approaching. So this is the right time that we have to work together to grow together. So SQU remains the top leader for the Omani HEIs in the QS ranking under the government category. And the University of Nizwa remains the top leader among the Oman private higher education universities. Consistently performing universities like NU, GU Tech and Sohar University. Fast advancing universities like Dhofar and Al Shakia. These are the analysis outcomes arrived by looking at the recent QS outcomes. But what is really important here, the takeaway, we need to look into formation of a common world ranking corridor in Oman to be established to exchange ideas, methods to achieve the ranking targets. So we conduct forums like this, which is very useful for us to share our ideas and exchange our the plans. But however, establishing a common corridor for dealing with ranking projects is the need of hour. Collaboration and networking. This is taken from Mr. Nick. Collaborate instead of compete. Indicator-wise champions. This is another important outcome we arrived at from the recent 2024 results. Indicator-wise champions identified. So who will be able to lead, who will be able to act as champions to take us through. For example, let's say International Research Network papers per faculty is an indicator in which SQ is the top. So we can request SQ to show us, to lead us. Similarly, faculty-student ratio on web impact University of Nizwa has scored the highest. So they can act as a champion to lead us through. Similarly, international students, National University, international faculty and staff with PhD, Dhofar University, citations per paper, Sohar University, academic reputation, again, SQU, employer reputation, GU Tech. So I feel, our team felt that this is the right direction to move so that the country's target can be achieved together, collectively. And we also will grow because the Oman Vision 2040 specifies that the number of minimum HEIs should be 3 and 4. But if you have more HEIs coming in, the average will be very easy to meet up. And what are the challenges, opportunities we faced while trying to advance in our ranking project? The first one is already discussed, academic and employer reputation. These two indicators constitute 50% weightage together. So this is very important area, and we faced a lot of challenges, in scoring high in these two indicators. The reason is that it is carrying 50% weightage, so we wanted to focus more on this. Also, it is linked to R&R, as Dr. Ashwin mentioned. This is the reputation as well as the ranking, research. So academic and employer reputation, we are facing still the challenge. We are, every year we have to collect 400 contacts from academics and 400 contacts from employers. We need to follow up with them. We need to brief them. We need to enlighten them. So this is really a challenge for HEIs, for NU. Then enhance research collaborations and networks is another really the challenging area for us to come through. Publications in high impact journals. I think the previous speaker was saying, considering the assessment load, academic load weekly, and producing papers in high quality journals is a really challenging task. So we need to support the faculty and researchers to come through this area, to go through this. Staff with PhD is another indicator which needs, which draws attention. The reason is that staff with PhD is carrying only 5% weightage. However, we have a faculty, we have a college of medicine within us, so in which the faculty who are having MD, they are not having PhDs. So this is really putting us in it is another challenge for us. Improve web impact is also another area we need to work on. So opportunities, publication support, close collaboration, research network, management and financial support, and more efforts required to network with academics and employers. So finally, this is the outcome. So we need to work together. We need to handhold one another to come through this very critical task. Thank you.
And now, our third speaker in this session is an associate professor of higher education systems and policies at the College of Education, Sultan Qaboos University in Oman. He obtained a BA in Education, majoring in English language from Sultan Qaboos University. And he got an MA in Education Leadership from the University of Queensland in Australia, and PhD Education Systems and Policies from University of Queensland also. His main interest is studying the impact of globalization on education systems and policies. Please welcome Dr. Khalaf Al-Abri.
Trying to. Oops. No, it's not moving.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and thank you very much for the University of Nizwa for inviting me to give this presentation. And in fact, I tried just to go far away a little bit from, the ranking and the methodologies and the analysis of the data that we heard about. And I'm really happy to see that, like the ranking institutions or bodies now including sustainability, in which we really want to see impact on the society and also globally. So the outline of my presentation, very quick. I've been reminded that maybe even less than 10 minutes I have to finish. So the relationship between higher education and sustainability. The Omani higher education development, it's very important to look at this as we are really trying to push, the higher education into a certain way. University ranking and sustainability, what is now there through the QS and the higher the HE, and then some recommendation from the research that I'm conducting currently. And in fact, I mean, my area of research, as I said before, is trying to see how the global discourses coming through international organization, EduBusiness, and other organization that is working like the ranking bodies is impacting the higher education system and policies. So the first thing, as we heard from Her Excellency, and we see from the Oman Vision 2040, it's education is playing a huge role in terms of the sustainable development of the nation. And this is really, when we come as really higher education specialists, we always ask this question: what is the role of a university? Why do we have higher education? So this is where it is really linked to the development of the nation. And in fact, the higher education institutions really have a critical and really have an essential role in terms of sustainability. And I'm not here to define sustainability. It has been defined in different ways in the literature, but overall, sustainability is really what you have in terms of impact in the society and, like on the different levels, regionally, globally, and also not to use the resources excessively, and then the next generation, they don't have their own or what's left from this. So very quick, this is in terms of the literature, education, research, and also the university operation in terms of having a sustainable campus. All the planning, all the policies have to be really, pulled towards sustainability. And this is, in fact, at the end, I'm giving some recommendations and also some practical steps for universities to take in terms of including sustainability. And I always stress that the higher education in Oman been developing and maturing over years. And that kind of development really is targeted or as we see from the national plans, the 5 years plans, towards the needs of the nation, okay? And in fact, beside that, universities are really playing a huge role in terms of the regional, global issues and challenges. So if we look at the development of the higher education system in Oman, we are sure that through each stage of those, sustainability, sustainable development is there. And it is targeted towards those, sustainability issues. And if we ask the Minister of Higher Education if they open a new university or they give like a licensing to a university, for sure they are checking, how such university or institution is, will add or it will help in the sustainability and the sustainable development of the nation. So I'm going very fast, but and this is what I've been saying, that all the reforms, all the planning happening in Oman for the higher education system is toward the national and then the broader development or sustainable development goals, articulated either by the Oman Vision 2040 or the 5-year plans, or if we look at the Minister of Higher Education planning, you will find it towards sustainability and sustainable development. Reforms to cope with local and international issues facing the global or the globe nowadays is also appearing, and it's always there. Because if we think of the world currently and all the issues happening around us, we will find we cannot keep ourselves closed. So all the global issues also have to be included in the planning of our universities. So all the policies, numerous reforms, the strategic initiatives by the institutions, by the ministry, or coming from the planning bodies in the government is towards sustainability and sustainable development. This is about the QS ranking, sustainability, which is the edition that been there now since I think April, if I don't remember, I don't recall. But this is how they look at sustainability, the environmental impact, the social impact, and the governance. And we'll come to those things through the recommendation that, we'll give at the end. But what I want to say also, if we look at Oman Vision 2040, you will find it really aligned with the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. We heard today from both ranking institutions that if universities want to do better in terms of sustainability, it's better to link it to the SDGs. And this is why, I mean, from a personal experience and because of my personal interest in terms of research, I pushed in 2021, and we invited all institutions in Oman to attend a workshop, a whole workshop. It was virtual because of COVID-19. And we ended up with an action plan. I don't know how much universities have done, and I'm going to remind the universities about what we have agreed upon if we want to make our universities contributing to the sustainable development and sustainability. So this is the framework that I always recommend, that you have first to recognize what do you have, and then you check the gaps and you try to end up aligning all your research, teaching, community service with the SDGs, the 17 SDG. And by the way, I mean, the SDGs are really an international plan, and it is targeting every, let us say, every component of every field of study, every field of research. So if universities are really doing this, I think they can do better in terms of in terms of sustainability. At the end, we have to have a monitoring and evaluation and communication of those results with our university faculty and also the government if we want to do better. I just have 1 minute as I can see. In terms of the recommendations, we have today the university leaders here, and they are the agent of change. So what we need from them is really to play that role in terms of committing their institutions toward sustainability and the SDGs. And this can happen through different ways. And in fact, I'm not here requesting to copy and import policies, but to contextualize our issues, our challenges, and look at the development, the improvement that we want according to our needs. So we need to see practices, policies, plans, actions, and initiatives. A supportive system is really needed and very critical and very important. As we see, there are committees for ranking. We need to see, it depends on your structure, either committee, maybe you introduce a new body, a department, center, which is really focusing on sustainability and sustainable development. If you have a dashboard for your university, you can see where you are going in terms of sustainability. And we see sometimes that the ranking institutions or bodies, they are trying to get some of the data from your websites. So it will be good also to have in your website a web page for the 17 SDGs, what research have been done there, what are the programs there, what community services you are providing linked and going with the SDGs. I'm finishing. In terms of collaboration, we have heard it a lot today, so I'm not going to say much about it. Thank you very much, and I hope I gave in less than 10 minutes something about sustainability and how it's linked to ranking. Thank you very much. I promised to finish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khalaf. Very informative presentation in time. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite our next speaker. He's a prominent Omani academic and researcher, currently holds a fellowship with the Chartered Institute of Marketing and is a Chartered Fellow of the CIPD. He has extensive experience in academia, particularly in the field of marketing, human resources, and financial management, enhanced by his academic qualifications from the University of Reading and the University of Lincoln, UK. He is also the founder and the chairman of the Gulf Specialized Hospital, as well as the deputy chair of the board of directors and member of the board of trustees at the Gulf College in Oman. Please welcome Professor Taqi Al-Abdwani.
To activate it. Okay? Remote control. When you rock them.
The green one for going next.
Next time. Back this one.
Is the red one. That one.
Okay. 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 بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آل بيته وأصحابه الغر الميامين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellency, Professor Rahma, I would like to thank you on behalf of the sector for your continuous support and related to all aspects of higher education. I think we go through a lot of challenges and we need a lot of support. I would like to thank also the President and the members of the organizing committee for inviting me. My topic might be a little bit different, and I'm going to talk about the marketing concept, which we're trying to develop, especially for higher education here in Oman. I'm chartered fellow member of CIM, Chartered Institute of Marketing, and I'm hoping after the gathering, we will send a recommendation, full recommendation to Her Excellency the Minister, and see how we can improve the visibility of higher education sector, whether those to recruit more local students, international students, research, all the aspects which were covered and are required by QS or time hires or Shanghai ranking. I think my colleague, he was talking about the sustainability, students, sustainability, and increasing the life of higher education institution in this country require marketing. And today I'm going to talk about the marketing concept, which really will help us in the whole higher education institution. I'll try to finish everything in 10 minutes. So if I go so fast, please forgive me. Why we want to do this? Because we want students, faculties, stakeholders, and good relationship with the community and with the industry. And again, branding, communications, recruitment, engaging all the stakeholders is very, very important. I done my MBA about 18 years ago, and I'll tell you the concept which we use right now in the marketing is totally different from what we were doing. Today in the marketing, we talk about the 7 Ps. In the past, we were talking about 4 Ps, 5 Ps. Product, in our case, is our programs in higher education. We talk about the pricing, the place, promotion, people, processes, and physical evidence. What does that mean? That gives us the indication that when we talk about the marketing, we get into the everything really. It's more than somebody sit and do the design. And this is a great opportunity. We always say marketing is a great opportunity to compare yourself with your competitor. Sometime even you might go to the extent where you change your mission, vision, values, and the focus area. Digital marketing is a big thing, and I'll tell you, I conduct a lot of courses for CIM, and today 99% of our courses are digital marketing. Due to the time, I'm not going to go into details. Stakeholders, engagement, performance, measurement, KPIs, leading, lagging. Today, some of my colleagues were talking about lagging indicators. Lagging indicators, what activities I'm going to do to make it happen. Strategic plan, vision, mission, annual targets, or whatever. This is the model which we're trying to develop, myself, Professor Ali, Professor Pishkhadam, and we're hoping this will be a gift from this gathering to Her Excellency, the Minister, so we can then perhaps it can go to all the colleges and universities. Cognitive marketing. I'm a member of Cognitive Behavior CBT, and today we say what goes in your brain, your feeling, and your reactions. When we tackle the cognitive marketing in our approach, I'll tell you, we get a lot of results. Social marketing, you know it, emotional marketing, sensory marketing, and cultural marketing. All these topics cannot be covered in 10 minutes. I have here also some definitions, and I'm sure the organizing committee will share with you. We have the definitions, engagement, effectiveness, and the outcome. What we're trying to get out of the cognitive marketing. The same, and I have some good examples. What makes Harvard University the top 10 universities in the world that do the marketing using those concepts? There will be either the ones to be retained in the top universities, get local students, or international. I have a lot of examples, which I will not go, but we will share this with you. My colleagues in the Nizwa University going to send this presentation to everyone. Social marketing, again, we have definitions, we have what is the outcome which we need, and I'll tell you the outcome will be different from university to other, college to another. Again, we have some examples here of some top universities which they use this concept in higher education sector. Emotional marketing is very powerful marketing. Today, when we talk about emotional marketing, we talk about different 9 concepts, how we can utilize those concepts in higher education. And we have some examples here. Sensory marketing is one of the marketing tools which have been developed during the last 7 years, but it's becoming very powerful in higher education sector. And we have some examples here. And again, you will see I brought the examples of some of the leading universities, and the reason why I brought them, if within their budget, within the number of students, within their revenue, if still they're giving very special attention to this concept of marketing, I think we should do the same in Oman. Cultural marketing, again, is the same thing. Obviously, the details goes different, and we have some good examples here, which I brought. What we need 5 layers to promote our higher education and individual topics. Some universities might be good in research, where the others might be teaching and learning. Some of them might be in other concepts. Global ranking and visibility. Believe me, this model is to help our higher education. If we're saying Oman 2040, one of the vision to make Oman as a hub, even for the higher education sector, this will not come. We have to work together. You cannot tell people if you don't have a good story. We have to create good stories within our higher education sector, then tell the people and tell them in the way where everyone can understand. I have some questions here for each of them where the universities, colleges can ask in developing, I would say, the blueprint for their marketing plan. I don't want to take more than 10 minutes. This is our contact numbers, myself, Professor Ali, Professor Reza Pishkhadam, any colleges or any universities which wants to develop this and they want to talk to us, our contact numbers, emails are there, and our even the mobiles are on the website of Gulf College. I would like to thank you again for giving us this opportunity. And I'll tell you, within the higher education sector, we have a lot of colleges teach marketing, and I think we have quite good number of members in CIM from Oman, whether they are Omanis or working for the higher education sector in Oman. Let's get together and let's make this as a mission where really we get good number of students, and it works. Let me give you a small example. In Gulf College, we started working very focused on international students. Last year, we have about 135 expatriate students. Our aim is to bring them to 300, but we want to go steady. We are improving our services. We are improving our programs. We're trying to see what make the international students come to Oman. We're working also with the Ministry of Higher Education, other legislation body, to bring additional benefits to the international students to come and live in Oman. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Taqi. I would like to invite our next speaker. He's an associate in the Quality Assurance Office at Modern College of Business and Science, based in Muscat, and affiliated to University of Missouri, St. Louis, United States of America, with a background in the oil and the gas sector. He's an expert at ensuring the precise implementation of health and safety practices across the workplaces. He holds a Master of Business Administration from Franklin University, USA, and a BSc in Health and Safety Management from the Modern College of Business and Science in Oman. I'd like to call Mr. Ahmed. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused with the second name.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the brief introduction. What I wanted to speak about today has been already spoken about mostly. So I'm just going to touch up on a couple of points that I think would be an insight to every other higher education institutions, mainly on our journey as Modern College of Business and Science into international rankings. So what I wanted to look at is the introduction, the methodologies, but most of my colleagues have spoken about them, the impact, the conclusion, and the recommendation based on our experiences. As we all know, like I'm not going to take much of time, talking about the international rankings and all that, but we already know that international ranking is a benchmark, or universities, higher education institutions can use as a benchmark to compare one institution and another. Can also be used in assessing performance. As I said, I'm not going to talk much about the methodologies because we have more experts that spoke about them. So I'll just move on to this aspect here. So I wanted to talk about QS stars mainly because I feel like this is the journey that MCBS has gone towards. So QSTARS is a rating system that basically rates universities based on their strengths in 4 different aspects, mainly in core criteria, specialist criteria, which includes program strength, social environment, which comes under the inclusiveness and all that. So how does this and QSTAR, QSTAR and international ranking link together? They do somehow, and these are the impacts on how higher education institution can be affected or can improve in terms of higher education institutions in international rankings. The first one is student enrollment. A lot of my colleagues here mentioned or spoke about how international rankings can invite a lot of students now, not only local students, but also international students. Now, we have all seen or we've all heard that a lot of students go to these universities like Harvard or MIT based on their their rankings. So why can't we do it in Oman? So let's get into international rankings. Let's become one of the top universities and have a higher intake of international students. International collaborations. Again, this was spoken about, or was talked about by other, colleagues of mine. We in MCBS have had different international collaborations in terms of research with universities outside of Oman, including in Serbia, in India, in Malaysia, and so far and so forth. But rankings also create funding opportunities for research. Not only that, a lot of people, a lot of universities focus only on TRC. But we can also go ahead and look at it further or in a broad aspect in getting international funding opportunities from different places around the world. Quality improvement. Now, I believe one of my colleagues, if I'm not mistaken, is Professor Abdelaziz, spoke about once you're already there in the international rankings. Now, the main part or the hard part is to maintain your position over there. So the quality will definitely improve because you want to maintain your position in the ranking system. It's also a marketing and a branding aspect of it. See, looking into bringing international students, if you are ranked internationally as a top university, you're definitely going to get a lot of students, international students, and also. As a conclusion, now we have a lot of universities or international ranking systems or international ranking organizations, depending on what the higher education institution wants to go through. They are, like there's been talked about, CHE, QS, and the Shanghai University. My recommendation based on what we have gone through, we have looked at the research outputs. Like there's a lot of aspect that we need to touch upon, and I believe this is a collaborative aspect, as I've also heard a couple of the colleagues of mine before me spoke about, that we need to expand our research output. Now, we do provide research, we do put out a research, public research, but the citations of it are quite low, and this was touched upon by Dr. Ashwin, I believe. Recruiting researchers. Now, with higher education institution now, a lot of the universities are mainly focused on teaching. So if we can incorporate research and teaching at the same time, recruiting more researchers, this would highly impact the higher education institution as well. Fostering collaboration, which includes the international collaborations, enrolling of international students. So once you are internationally ranked, this will automatically go higher. And embedding sustainability practices into research, teaching, and campus operations. I believe my colleague, Dr. Khalaf, spoke much more about this. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed, for your informative presentation. And we'll go for our next speaker. He's an associate professor at the College of Banking and Financial Studies. He is also responsible for the internationalization and external cooperation at the college. He earned his PhD in education with a specialization in developing academic teachers at the tertiary level from the University of Reading. He also holds an MA and BA in TSOL from the University of Leeds. Over the years, he has held several administrative positions and he has excelled in his role as a teacher, taking a supervisory roles. His research interests including teacher education, teacher cognition, teacher development, and business communication. I would like to welcome Dr. Yaqub Al-Ghatrifi. Thank you.
Are you Doctor Who's everything? All the recitation. How can I just navigate this? Forward, backward, right.
Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much to University of Nizwa for the invitation, and thank you very much for the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Your Excellency, Professor Rahma, for the ongoing support, and thank you very much for OAAA QA as well for the ongoing support as well. It's a bit difficult for me now, you know, because everything is being elaborated, everything is being discussed. It might be a good thing for me because it's very easy, and at the same time, it's like cross-edged sword, you know. Today, I'm going to talk about internationalization. And I mean, this sort of gathering is a bit different. I'm just taking it from the other way around, like stepping into, you know, globalization, stepping in. So here we can use this presentation for the ones who are already enrolled into that path and the ones who have not started yet. So again, it's going to be more practical. If we talk about, you know, I mean, such gathering, Dr. Khalif said, if the leaders are willing for change and developing change, that makes difference. So I can start from there. Alhamdulillah, now we have, you know, most of the leaders of higher education institution. So I mean, here we can just take it from there and make the change. Because, you know, starting from the leadership, starting from mapping of, you know, our vision, Oman Vision 2040, you know, and mapping it to our own strategic planning within our institutions, this will, you know, boost the globalization and internationalization, and as a result, you know, the ranking process will be sustained and developed. So I'm going to talk about internationalization in higher education and its importance, ranking, then accreditation, strategies, challenges, and, you know, some possible solutions. Then I will go with a conclusion. Very quickly, I'm going just to skip things here. If we talk about internationalization as a concept, it's like, you know, it's a process, ongoing process, by which higher education institutions and universities, like, you know, incorporate all these research, international research, what's that? I mean, research and the global, you know, perspectives into their business, into their core business. As I was saying, you know, the leaders, you know, they are going to support that by all means. It's like global perspectives, connecting the learners to the world, you know, in terms of internship, in terms of, you know, research, in terms of, you know, scholarship, etc., incorporating these cultural understanding into the curriculums. moving to the mobility programs, as has been discussed today, facilitating students and faculty mobility through exchange programs, collaboration, etc. International partnership as well, establishing partnerships with prestigious universities and benchmarking, and learning from these universities may help to boost internationalization. Diversity, and this is very important, diversity and inclusion, creating an inclusive campus environment that embraces diversity, so everyone is accepting, students accepting other cultures and being accepted with other culture. Internationalization importance, sometimes we talk about, enhancing reputation and prestige. Engage in international partnerships and collaboration is helping the institution to get internationalized. Increasing global visibility, it was discussed before, and this will help the institution being known and recruiting more students, recruiting more faculty that are these unique faculty, unique students. Cultural diversity, research excellence and innovation, students mobility, as I said before, and accessing to funding. Here again, if we talk about the institution locally here, funding is not only constrained to the public funding here in Oman, but definitely opening the gate for the other funding internationally. Competitive advantage in globalized economy as well. Am I doing good in time? Right, good. Ranking, as we said, ranking help reputation. Why ranking? I don't want to spend more time on this. Reputation and prestige, highly ranked university is targeted by students internationally, locally, even locally. Sometimes if we are going to rank, university, I'm a parent and I want to select local university, definitely I would go for the highly ranked institution. Likewise, internationally, ranking, highly ranked universities, they are good in measuring quality assurance. So they are going to be good for parents, for prospect students, for the potential teachers as well. As I said, students recruitment, faculty recruitment, research funding, and etc. Internationalization, globalization, alumni network, and career opportunities. So here the outcome, sometimes as one of the criteria of and indicator in ranking is like the alumni network and long life learning and opportunities for employment as well. Then it helps in strategic planning. So now we are lacking a certain aspect, so we can just focus on it. Then in government funding and policy, as I said, it opened the door and gate for funding locally and internationally. Why ranking? Teaching quality, reputation, research output. I don't want to elaborate more and spend more time. Internationalization, faculty quality, expertise, resources, and infrastructure, graduate employability, etc. So these all things are helping the university to, to move to that direction. Quality assurance, that sort of accreditation, and here we got the OAAA QA, so again, the accredited institution, they have the measure of quality assurance and they know what exactly, moving to quality. And these measures are good, known by, potential students and parents, credibility and trust, transferability of credits, employability and international recognition. The more you are credited as an institution or programs, locally or internationally, it will help you, to be known by students and by learners. by academics. Curriculum development, faculty, qualification, students' learning outcomes, these all internationalization, all these aspects from internationalization contribute to accreditation. And we discussed this before the whole day. Like challenges and solutions, we've got the cultural barrier and diversity. Here sometimes, you know, maybe this culture is accepting other cultures, you know, but not in particular all the cultures. So I would find out which culture that I need to integrate into my or incorporate into our curriculum in different aspects. Language proficiency, here again, that might be one barrier for the learners, international ones, to be recruited, and then you can just run some courses and, you know, language support services. Financial constraint, we talked about this earlier, and diversification of funding sources will help the institution to boost the internationalization process. Regulatory and legal compliance policies should be very clear, you know, and legal support should be given. Risk management and security, again, within risk management, these risks are identified, well identified, and, you know, and should be touch upon that solutions. Strategic resources allocation, quality assurance, and academic standard, that might be the help. Something forward here, if you wish to start the internationalization, I came across this cooperative online international learning. It's called COIL, which is a free form of virtual exchange that connects students and faculty from different countries. This can be work as a course-wise or a program-wise. It's free and it's online, so it might be a very good start for, you know, for institutions to go into that internationalization by making this, you know, as SQU, I guess they are using it currently in different, in some of the colleges. Right, I'm almost there. We've got another one, which is mini credential courses. So nowadays, these courses are, or programs, the component of the programs in some institutions internationally, they are not anymore modules, but there are some credential courses combined together, and this more oriented into skills, knowledge, and competencies. So no longer that like a program is consisting of several modules and then you can do that. Here it might be an experiment, and I don't know how far we can go, Your Excellency, with this institution, you know. So here again, you need to consult the Ministry of Higher Education on this aspect, and then it might be a very good start, you know, forward. So thank you very much indeed. This is enhancing the reputation and global visibility. We talked about this as a conclusion. Very importantly, exchange information, collaboration, open the gates for collaboration is very important. Such gathering, you know, it helps our learners to move forward. So thank you very much indeed, and sorry for being late.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yaqub. I would like to invite our last speaker for this session. He's a senior consultant who helps founders and the C-suite leaders of transformative companies harness the power of storytelling to grow their business. He's also former CMO of Mindberry and rapidly growing health tech scale-up. He's aware of the challenges faced by the early stage startups and the pivotal role storytelling can play in navigating an uncertain world. In addition, he is a part-time lecturer at the Scientific College of Design. I'd like to welcome Mr. Paul Ross. Welcome.
Mr. Paul, you can navigate this with me. Okay, great.
Thank you to the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation and the University of Nizwa for an excellent Omani Universities Ranking Forum. It's my first, hopefully it's not my last, but you'll be the judge of that after this presentation. I'm going to share two simple models that Omani universities can use to adapt and model the future. Now, we can't predict the future, but we can help model it through storytelling. Obviously, we're facing a lot of unprecedented challenges these days, but the value proposition of universities remains the school brand and its vast alumni network. What's really important is what signal does your brand, your university brand, send to potential employers? Because the number one motivation of students is getting a good job, caring for their families, and also these days caring for the planet. So that makes the credential of a QS World University Ranking or THE ranking equally important. It also leads to higher monthly search volume of potential students and higher admittance rates. This is a quote from Ali Al-Awati, who's Global Human Resources Director of SLB, formerly Schlumberger. And I asked him about the importance of a high ranking. He said it's very important. He said globally, we have ambassador universities and targeted universities. Ambassador universities are our primary targets for hiring. So in Oman, we have two universities that are our main target. One is SQU, and one is Geotech. And keeping in mind, they're an energy company, so that's affecting how they rank their universities. So that's just illustrating the importance and the reality of a high ranking to employers. The problem that we face is if you get into a top-ranked university, it's usually a strong return on investment. The problem is that some parents are realizing lower-ranked or unranked universities may not provide that same return on investment. Traditional business models are being disrupted by non-traditional competitors. Google just expanded its career certificate program, and the Google Employer Consortium have said that they recognize these certificates as qualifications for entry-level positions. And if Apple sees this business opportunity and leveraged its brand and its tech expertise to offer a certificate program, for example, in the arts, they would have employers bidding for their graduates. So are our universities adapting to these challenges? Can AI fuel imagination in education? Can AI help expand human creativity? AI is an accelerant. Recent Harvard and BCG research showed that AI can boost productivity and efficiency. The World Economic Forum has stated AI literacy is a skill that will be highly valuable. It's something we need to embrace. Also, can a rebrand help universities find new relevance in a rapidly changing context? A refreshed brand can signal strong ambition across the university that reflects its purpose and where it's going. And the two simple models I alluded to earlier, one is an influential brand built on excellence across 4 pillars. The second one is long arc storytelling. So let's look at the first one. Influential brands are built on excellence in 4 pillars. Purpose-led, so ensuring the university platform is ultimately to the benefit of society. Community-driven, optimizing employee, student, and partner experience. Tech-enabled, a world-class education product that scales and connects emotionally, harnessing technology that leverages generative AI, also using technology to efficiently market, using digital marketing. And then finally, but not least, narrative-based, one single shared story across customer touch points. Excellence in storytelling is critical. So truly influential brands embody all 4 of those attributes: purpose-led, community-focused, tech-enabled, narrative-based. I'll give you an example of one brand that I had the fortune to work on, is Majan University College. And their purpose was, we enable potential by championing education. We translated that into a purpose. Together, we transform lives. And this won 2 awards at the Transform MEA Awards in Dubai last year. One of 2 Omani agencies and clients that won awards in Dubai. So as I said, we can't predict the future, but we can use narrative to help model it. And why is narrative the answer? Well, we can look at narrative storytelling across 3 levels. Firstly, most importantly, what is the product? We have to make sense of our product. In our case, it is elite education. Importantly, we have to create desire for the brand, okay? So this is the experience that a student has, the student life rating. Is it a transformational experience when they're at university? And then finally, we have to inspire belief or trust in the university. And we can say that, leading universities in Oman are the trusted education partner for Oman's leading companies, okay? So narrative is your compass, and we've got some ambitions to be in the top 300 to 500 rankings by 2040. So we have to look where we are today and where we want to be, and how do we model that? So I call that long arc storytelling. So this is narrative based. So where we are today, we're not in the top 300 to 500. We do want universities to be there by 2040, and of course, we need to support economic progress in the Sultanate in line with Oman Vision 2040. And if you look at this, if you think of climate change, it's a similar long arc storytelling. We've got climate change, we've got commitments for net zero 2050. We don't see immediate results today. You don't see it in climate change. You know it's a problem, you don't see the immediate results. We have an ambition to be, by 2040, top 300, 500. How do we bridge the future? You can't say to somebody, we're going to be top 300, 500 in 15 years. They'll say, okay, I'll come back in 15 years. And, you need to bridge the future somehow. So how do we do that? Well, we need a compelling, impactful narrative that both articulates the big picture, but also has a bridge to the future. So there's 3 stages to bridging the future. One is sending an early signal to resolving this conflict, why we're not in those top 300 to 500 rankings today, a transition to the new through the familiar, and then realizing an expansive future. So conceptually, okay, this is just a model because I'm at Scientific College of Design. What could SCD do to model the future? Well, if we imagine that we had a purpose that was around social purpose, why we exist, and what we hope to contribute to the world. So QS speakers have told us there's 3 new metrics they've introduced: sustainability, employment outcomes, and international research network. Important to integrate those metrics into your bridge to the future. So if you look at those 3 metrics, first, absorbing the future, we could do that through an AI innovation challenge. We could bridge the divide through an innovation hub, and we could ensure a better future by achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which you've heard of earlier. So, how would we do an AI innovation challenge? We could invite a prominent lecturer, Dr. Philippa Hardman, who did a lot of learning experience work with the Oxford University, who's an expert in AI, and in collaboration with the Dean of SCD on how will AI change education. Okay. Bruce Maud and Massive Action did a recent innovation hub at the University of North South Wales in Australia. This is something that we could bring to Oman. It would take some investment, but I think this brings in a lot of potential, especially as it leads to outcomes for Vision 2040. So how it would work could be a month-long design sprint. You could have 5 Scientific College of Design teams collaborating with Bruce and the Massive Change Network to translate design principles into tangible actions across the priority sectors that are set out clearly in Oman Vision 2040 through innovative new approaches. So this would inspire students and lead to tangible outcomes towards achieving Oman Vision 2040. I've got 43 seconds. So investing in creative education not only makes economic sense, but also yields significant societal benefits. And if you look at the University of Sydney, they're inviting 150 world-class academics. They're recruiting 150 world-class academics to join their faculty now. It's just an example of the importance of leading education to help us get to those higher rankings. And then if you look at Arizona State University, they're #1 in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. How can we follow their lead in doing the same in Oman? We can do that easily by joining the UN Global Compact to scale ambition for the next decade by joining SDG ambition. Time is up, it says very big letters on my screen. So I would follow the lead of Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. What we need is not an incremental approach, but a transformational approach starting today, not in 15 years. So by pursuing those 4 pillars of excellence I talked about earlier, purpose-led, community-focused, tech-enabled, and most importantly, narrative-based, our Omani universities will become more influential and respected HEIs, leading towards 2040. So thank you very much for your attention. And coming from an advertising background, I always wanted to be, when I was pitching new business, I always wanted to be first or last. Looks like I got my wish today. So, thank you. Thank you.
It was very great and very informative.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. We came to the end of this session, and actually we are going to take like 10 minutes break. Then we are going to have a 40 minutes for open discussion. Just while we are closing this session, I just have concluded a few points that can be an outcome of the 7 highly informative presentations that we have today. One of which is the importance of collaboration between the higher education institutes, both locally and internationally. Furthermore, actions regarding this aspect will help to enhance the QS level or the ranking level of the universities. It's also important to integrate the 17 aspects of the UN SDGs there between in order to also enhance the ranking of the higher education institutes. Internationalization is a very good practice that is going to develop furthermore the levels of higher education institutes in sense of ranking. Thank you very much, and please have some time break, and we'll get back for 40 minutes of open discussion. Thank you.
منتدى تصنيف الجامعات العمانية. الشركاء: وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار، وبرعاية الوحدة المركزية للخدمات التحليلية، مركز الخدمات الاستشارية وتوطين الابتكار، معهد التعلم مدى الحياة، مؤسسة معين الوقفية.
لكل رحلة صوت وهدف ورؤية وحصاد وحكاية ترسم معالم المستقبل. تزدهر نهضة التعليم معلنة بدء مسيرة جديدة لتحمل رسالة تتحرك بها منهج يجسد رؤى وطنية أساسها عمان وأبناء عمان. وها نحن اليوم نرى المستقبل بوضوح أكبر، متوجهين إليه بخطوات ثابتة وإيمان قوي. ما غرسناه سابقا قد أثمر، وما نبذله اليوم سيزهر. جامعة نزوة قصة تروي نجاحات متناهية إنسانا وبنيانا، عطاءات تصب في حقل العلم والمعرفة، تشحذ همم الطلبة لأبعد من حرمها الجامعي، أجيالا خرجتهم وخبراء صنعوا أنفسهم منها، متخصصين في نماء البشرية، فكان الإنسان أعظم ثروات الوطن وغايته. البحث العلمي استراتيجية تدفع عجلة النماء والتطوير نحو استثمار المستقبل. لقد كان حصاد جامعة نزوة فيه غزيراً، تصدرت أرقامه مشهد النتاجين العلمي والفكري، تحث الدعم، معززة للخطى، وملهمة للجهود نحو ترسيخ مكانة مرموقة للجامعة بين أوساط التقدم العلمي والتقني في العالم. نسجت جامعة نزوة شراكات مجتمعية فاعلة التحمت بالمجتمع في شتى توجهاته، تهدف بذلك إلى الإسهام في تنمية طاقات الشباب ورفدها بتطلعات نظرية وعملية أساسها ما نقف عليه اليوم من آثار مجيدة عبر برامج تحقق الاستدامة والنماء. إن دعم جامعة نزوة لمراكزها وتمكينها من أدوات النجاح دفعها إلى تحقيق أرقام ريادية، فحازت محصلات مركز ريادة الأعمال تفوقاً في مجالها ليعكس واقعاً طموحاً في أعداد المنتسبين والمستفيدين والحاضنات والاتفاقيات وحتى الشركات الطلابية. تعتبر جامعة نزوة خير مثال يعبر عن رؤية الحكومة في دعم ريادة الأعمال انسجاماً مع نماء الجهود الساعية إلى تمكين الأنشطة الاقتصادية. وها هي جامعة نزوة تغطي احتياجات طلبتها وتؤدي واجبها اتجاه المجتمع بإنشاء صندوق معين لدعم ومساندة المتعلمين، لتتجسد مؤخراً في الإعلان عن مؤسسة جامعة نزوة الوقفية، أحد المشاريع الرائدة للجامعة. كما أولت الجامعة أهمية قصوى لتمكين كوادرها الأكاديمية والإدارية والفنية من مراكز قيادية، فتضمن ربيع أعمالها برامج تدريبية معتمدة بالتعاون مع قطاعات ثرية. هذا الحراك المنظم رفع أسهم نسب الكفاءات العمانية أكاديمياً وإدارياً ليواصلوا مسيرتي البحث والمعرفة. إن هذه الإنجازات الاستثنائية والكفاءات العلمية دفعت جامعة نزوة إلى حصد مراتب متقدمة محلياً وعالمياً، فأعادت تشكيل مفاهيم أهمية صناعة العقول وصقل المهارات واستثمار القوى العاملة. نعم، إننا نعتز بهم ونعول عليهم في كل خطوة واستثمار لتحقق مراتب متقدمة في تصنيف مؤشرات التعليم العالي الإقليمية والدولية. لقد وسعت هذه الاستحقاقات دائرة أهمية الاستمرار في ضمان التفوق، فأنشأت منظومة نجاح طلابية تقدم برامج مجانية لتمكين تعليم الفرد وتوفير مساحة للتعلم الذاتي. لذا اتجهت جامعة نزوة إلى استحداث مساحة تعليمية خارج حرمها بالشراكة مع المجتمع، وأنشأت شبكة علاقات محلية واسعة تمثلت في تقديم برامج غطت احتياجات تعليمية مختلفة. جامعة نزوة باتت اليوم منارة علم ورشاد، علم في تكوينها المعرفي ورشاد في مرجعيتها الفكرية، هي العلم والأدب. الأستاذ والطالب، مصادر المعلومات والكتاب، طريق ملهم نحو مختلف العلوم لتكون حاضرة تسمع الصوت وتصنع الفكرة وتحقق الرؤى الوطنية. عمان 2040.
منتدى تصنيف الجامعات العمانية. مركز الخدمات الاستشارية وتوطين الابتكار. معهد التعلم مدى الحياة. مؤسسة معين الوقفية.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. We are just about to commence our last session, which is an open discussion, and it should not take long. We expect it to be between half an hour to maximum 40 minutes. And after that, inshallah, you will be released to have your lunch, and that will be the end of the event. I would like to call Her Excellence, Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim al-Mahrouqiyya, the Minister, and Professor Ahmed al-Rawahi, the Chancellor of University of Nizwa, respected Chancellors and Rectors of University of Al-Buraimi and University of Al-Sharqiyya, University of Suhar, and University of Open Arabs, the Open Arab University. I would also like to extend my invitation to Dr. Ashwan, the representative of QS, and Mr. Lakesh, the Times Education representative as well. تفضل أي مكان دكتور rankings. خلينا أشوان. Okay. لا كذا كذا. This is the time.
I'm saying, sitting next to you, I can control the question.
Oh, yes. And you can read the transcript. Okay. I will start the questions to Her Excellence, the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. Please feel free, to elaborate on any questions. We are going to have a specific questions, but given the time that we only left with, we might limit our questions to one question, a maximum of 2 questions, really. Okay. I will start with a question that asks, what role do you see for government funding and resources in enabling universities to enhance their research output, teaching quality, and international reputation, all of which are factors considered in rankings?
Well, thank you very much for having me on stage. Of course, always quizzing me, but I'm delighted to be here, of course. Concerning funding for research, we already have a number of schemes, as you know. We have the Strategic Research Grant, which is actually under the various government entities. But of course, these government entities, like for example, the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Agricultural Resources or the Ministry, of course, of Social Development, all of these agencies collaborate with researchers from the various institutions. And we have, of course, the program built on competencies, research on competencies, which is directed towards higher education institutions. Now, we used to distribute around 1 million Omani Riyals. Now it's up to 2 million Omani Riyals. This is at the national level, but also at the national level, we try to link higher education institutions with the industry, and trying, of course, to convince the industry to post their challenges into the EJAD platform, so that higher education institutions, researchers could see these challenges and, of course, target them with their proposals. The best proposal gets funding from the company that has posted the challenge. In addition to that, of course, we're trying to connect you with various international agencies, like for example, and organizations and authorities, like for example, trying to connect you with the UNESCO and the UNESCO chairs and the UNESCO centers, and also trying to link you with international funding bodies, like for example, Horizon, we have representatives there. So we are extending, our funding, you could say, practices or trying to find opportunities for extra funding locally, regionally, internationally and at the organizational level or at the international level, from the various different organizations. I think also our attempt to link our universities with international universities, to link them through research so that they can utilize or better utilize their funding resources in collaborative research. I think that is going to be, something that will influence, the sector. In addition to that, we have established a co-funding program which hasn't been yet announced, but it will be announced soon, inshallah, between the various educational institutions that would like to collaborate. Of course, they contribute funding, but of course, this funding using the funding from other institutions, collaborating and putting together resources will lead to more significant research studies, I think. So, at this level, I think, we are heading towards, excellent changes and improvements in terms of research output.
Certainly, I would agree with that. And thank you very much. Sound promising, really. Have you thought, Your Excellency, regarding making the Omani universities well known at a global level in terms of sharing in international exhibitions, for example, the one that's been arranged by the accreditation bodies, maybe something like pavilion or a section where Omani universities present there. So, I mean, under one umbrella, that maybe might also promote the Omani universities.
Well, we do this already, nationally and internationally. Nationally through the various exhibitions, higher education institutions that come to Oman, we hold 3 conferences or 3 different exhibitions, EduTrack, and 2 others, COMEX, and I don't remember the other, but we have 3 different events carried out in Oman. But we launched also Idrus fi Oman, study in Oman, and we went to Expo Dubai. We're going to Expo Japan, and we encourage all our universities and colleges to participate. Whenever we receive any kind of invitation, we distribute this. We circulate it among all institutions. And I think, there is good participation from our institutions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Moving to the ranking bodies, we are really, afraid of one size fits all, that it will keep us away from the contextualization of practices, initiatives. So as ranking bodies, how do you ensure that rankings take into account the diverse missions and contexts of universities rather than promoting that one size fits all?
I would be lying if I would say that rankings measures everything and anything, including the mission of your institutions. And that's what rankings are all about. They're a simplistic measure which are meant to compare institutions who have or who want to compete globally. But they are not God's word. And I think while you can use the rankings as a barometer, you have to stay true to your mission and vision. And that's where really, even initially I said, institutions need to start introspecting themselves. While what the nation is trying to do and the university is trying to do is compete globally. So to compete globally, you should use that as a yardstick of where to go, but it's not your goal. So while rankings have got limited indicators, they have got many faults, they still do a job of actually directing where the institutions focus their efforts on and what is the long-term goal. George Box said, essentially, all models are wrong, late George Box, but some are useful. So rankings are a useful model, all of them. They can have various faults. And Alison Richard, the former Vice Chancellor of University of Cambridge, said that rankings have got many faults. They do not capture all the diversity. They promote unnecessary competition. But she loves when, at that time, Cambridge was ranked as the #1 institution in the world. Yeah.
You have something to add?
Yes, of course. I think the points made are very relevant, and I think Professor Al-Kuwaiti earlier was saying it's not about the number, the rank, that being the end goal. It's the actions that you take that should support the work that you do, and then the outcome, almost as a by-result of that, reflects the numbers. And I think even in our mission is to support universities with their missions. So any work that we do collaboratively with the university always falls back onto their mission, their strategic plan, and then to go from there. Now, rankings, they do not fit every model, they do not fit every college and university model or mission, but where possible, we are trying to adapt as the years go by with the visions of universities and governments as well. So sustainability is a big one, of course. The onset of online education is a big one as well. So our online rankings, interdisciplinary research is a big one as well. So we're focusing on that. And of course, the regional contextualization is a huge part. So that's why we have regional rankings around the world as well.
Thank you.
If I may move now or give a question to the university chancellors. Maybe Dr. Muhammad, Professor Muhammad, what do you perceive as the main challenges or obstacles that preventing your university from achieving higher rankings? And what strategies are being implemented to overcome these challenges?
Thank you, Dr. Walid. I have seen the presentations, and I think the most important challenge that universities are facing is their performance in research, both volume and impact. Of course, it has many reasons. One of them is the funding. One of them is the, maybe awareness. One of them is the culture. One of them is the teaching load, hard teaching loads. So there are so many reasons for that. As a university, research performance is now one of our, pillars in the strategy, in our strategy. So we keep monitoring research performance. To overcome the issue of overload, so staff being overloaded, we actually capped, we reduced the teaching load. So even if the faculty is willing to teach more, we have capped that. We start having more awareness and encourage faculties to collaborate with industry, collaborate also with other institutions. Awareness is very important, especially to address volume. Even conferences, if they are planned ahead of time, and they are, they have technical partnerships, like for example with IEEE or some institutions, by default they will be Scopus. So such awareness is very important. Awareness is also important for funding. So we start also raising the awareness about different options for funding. So it's not only the ministry that they will seek funding, but you have, like Qatar Foundation and other regional and international foundations. So many initiatives. I cannot list them now, but mainly, I think the main issue is the volume and the impact of research. So we need to address that, and this might be relevant for most of the institutions, and this will have a direct impact also on the reputation. So reputation and research are intertwined. Thank you.
Absolutely. If I may, the same question also can be answered by Dr. Hamdan, if you like.
So the challenges we're facing to go to QS. 2.5 years back, we had research. We weren't producing research, enough research in terms of papers and citations. So what I did, we have advanced or developed research development agendas by nurturing talent. So we started with having a step-by-step development agenda for staff, and those who are active researchers also helping the young researchers. That was important. The other thing is, what we use is we allocated more time for staff because the workload was mostly on teaching. And you cannot ask them to teach 20 hours and then do also research. And therefore, we actually give more time for research. So at the end of each year, we look at all staff members. If they're reducing research, we reduce their teaching workload and we give them more time for research. This has helped. We started with also giving incentives. Incentives, which I think today was saying, be careful with it. I think we give papers incentives. And if they are Q1, Q2, we give an amount of money to those staff. The other issue is more collaboration with other higher education institutions, either in Oman or outside Oman. And we started by doing match funding. I know you will not get funding straight away. So we went to Malaysia, we went to India, and we said, you pay some to a project, we pay some, and this is called match funding, which has helped to produce more papers. So we were lucky to do that. We assigned more adjunct professors from reputed institutions to help our staff, and also they can write a second affiliation for our university. That was also answered. We recruited more research fellows, and the research fellows help in research, and they help everybody. The other thing is we appointed research. We put a research department, and this research department was looking at all development of research, training required for all staff. There were many steps that were taken over. They come to the SSR. SSR was an issue. We then had to recruit more staff. I had to convince the board of directors to post more money. The other thing is research is an important pillar. So we also 5% of the university income goes to research. So that's what. Any money comes from consultancies, and Sohar University have a good consultancy projects, also comes to the university. I would like to say one more thing. We also today, academic reputation represents 30% of the score of QS. We worked at the university to host more conferences, to participate in more conferences outside Oman, and also to have student and staff exchange, and we make a register. We follow up, and this now made my university, for example, Tukaba University, well known, and we had more academic reputation, which is 30%. Don't lose it, and concentrate on other things. There were many other things done. So employer reputation, also we worked on employer reputation, where we had more MOUs, MOAs, and memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreements, memorandum of commercial memorandum with inside companies and outside companies in Oman, and we made the alumni office more active. That was
thank you,
Dr. I could go and
yeah, thank you, Dr. Hamdan. I think we can see that the universities are putting efforts, to achieve the targets of the ranking. The question goes to Prof. Ahmed in terms of, I spoke earlier about sustainability, the role of universities, and the national priorities. So in your university, how do you balance, the requirements of ranking, the needs, those efforts that Dr. Hamdan spoke about, and, the missions, the values of your university? The local role of the university in terms of, for example, serving Dakhiliya region, Oman, the region, and the globe.
Thank you for that question. I think there is no contradiction between the two. Actually, they fit together. From our perspective, working into our, reaching toward achieving our mission or attaining our vision is really directed and fitted with accreditation. Actually, accreditation address that thoroughly. And as today Professor Ahmed was saying, you need to gear up your strategy toward all those goals, and naturally you will reach. Of course, so I feel whether it is relate to local society or Oman, we are trying to position ourselves in all those. From the beginning, our plans, strategy have been aligned with the international developmental indicators. And those actually, they have been aligned with Vision 2040 of our country. And so whatever we do, every step counts. Now, the devil in the details. I mean, you need to recruit the right staff. You need to make them satisfied. You need to pay them well. So it comes down again and again, whether it is research or human capital or whatever, how much resources are allocated, how much resources your institution can allocate. And wherever you can tap on other resources, whether it is national or other institutions or international, we need to work hard. And here comes the cooperation. For example, research, Her Excellency was saying there is some money, and I do agree there is some money, but it is of course not enough. The number of institutions, the number of researchers, and everything is growing and demanding more and more, and so more proposal, more issues. But we need to cooperate to offset any shortages. Of course, it will not, you need a critical mass in terms of resources. You cannot, anyway, maybe that is a short answer.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Yes, well, since we are talking about research and innovation, which are, of course, are critical drivers for higher ranking, maybe Dr. Fouad, Professor Fouad, what do you think? How can universities and government work together to create a supportive ecosystem for research and innovation, so which are, of course, can promote the ranking of the universities there?
Yes. The notion of innovation by itself, I think in the past, faculty, they always did research. And in my mind, innovation is always the output of research. We never thought of innovation as something you wake up one day and you dream up an innovation. It has to be the result of some research work. And I'm aware that innovation is not something, I myself, I don't tell my faculty to concentrate on being innovative. I would tell them, do your research work. We try to focus on problems whose results are really important, not only to the country, to everybody. So don't waste your time. Maybe the word waste is not the right thing. Don't waste your time on doing little incremental results. There are some problems where if you achieve a breakthrough, that will be your result. So we try to think about what are the problems that if we produce some significant results, people will notice us. And we get everybody to work together. We have seminars, weekly seminars, where people from different colleges, they come and they tell us about the problems they are trying to solve. Meaning, we're not interested in a presentation that says, I'm going to review this topic, or I'm going to tell you about, we don't want things that are already in the literature. We want people to come and say, this is the problem I'm trying to solve, and I would like you to help me in solving it. This is my approach. And through these weekly seminars, it's amazing how many ideas are developed, and people continue to do something really amazing. That's one thing. Also, I think innovation innovation probably is like in the past they used to say that mathematics is a young man's game. I think innovation is a young man's game. So bring young faculty to your staff. Bring people who are, they want to do the work because they want to prove themselves. So it's good to bring faculty who from all different ages, but if you can find young faculty, give them priority.
Of course, to have an innovation, you need to have a solid research. And it's a loop, isn't it? Okay. The same question could be also asked to Al-Brahimi, maybe.
Actually, the relation between research and innovation is sometimes it's debatable, but both are equally important, especially for the economic development of the country. Coming with innovative solutions could be an improvement even of the total economic system, because this is where the differentiation of excellence between one economy and the other, about the type of innovative or innovation implied in that one. Sometimes like it's very difficult to get innovation out of research, especially if at the academic level. That comes to be something at the micro level. So sometimes like even we try to tell the students during that maybe some small problems, when you have small incremental improvement, that can an innovative idea. But the most important is how to develop that innovative aptitude with the students. Innovative aptitude even with the faculty. Sometimes they are researchers, but maybe they cannot move that research from producing research at the academic level into a proper innovation. Now, what is important also more, our research and innovation should support the economic development of Oman. What I would like, sometimes like, our research problems are all based basically on the industrial requirements. Real life industrial problems like what we see in other countries, like you see Michigan State University, they get most of their funds from GM and Ford because they are solving, I've seen some cases, they solve, say, the steering problem of Ford cars. This is what we try to push our faculty and even the students to search for industrial links, see what are their problems, come forward, and we at the university, this is, the duty of the university to support, and also we are getting even for this type of research, there is more likelihood to get fund from the ministry and even from the industry. I think this is the pathway which we have to go.
Of course, when we think of research, we have to think of applied research, and we think also of basic research, fundamental research. Both can produce actually innovation. And then also we go to student graduation projects. Some of them are very innovative. And of course, to support them, the ministry has come up with the program Upgrade, which is actually, it was established a long time ago when under the TRC. Now we have tried to expand it. It was only ICT, innovation in ICT. We have expanded it to various other areas. Omantel was supporting 3 innovative companies coming out of graduation projects. Now it has agreed to support 9 companies. We have signed also with the Bank Muscat, and they are supporting 3 other companies. We have signed with Bahwan Cybertech, they're supporting another 3 companies. So we are expanding this. Instead of 3 companies, now it's growing into some 24 companies, hopefully. So that's at the student level, so students also can actually produce innovation. And we have graduated many, we have incubated and graduated many innovative companies. Some of them been incubated at Sultan Qaboos University. Others have been incubated in Omantel itself. And now we are finding different partners. Of course, we're supporting also innovation at the institutions level, higher education institutions, because we supported technology transfer centers. And we supported also the establishment of incubators within 6 different universities. So now we are moving from supporting just various segments or segments alone into supporting complete innovation and technology transfer centers. So there are going to be programs, or there is going to be a program that will support the establishment of full-scale, full-fledged, innovation and technology transfer centers. Something else, we have Innovation Park Muscat, which actually, supports innovation, and it's going to create the critical mass that we need in order to establish a complete ecosystem. Because there we are going to gather all the stakeholders involved in innovation and situate them there in Innovation Park Muscat. So many of these entities are moving. We are going to launch or open the Innovation Park Muscat, the whole building soon, inshallah. Already, our staff moved there because it was completed. Of course, as I said, we are trying to also to benefit from the international relations that we have with different companies, with different institutions. And hopefully these will help us in even incubating the projects for which we don't have an ecosystem. So we talk to Huawei, for example, we talk to some Chinese companies that have incubators to maybe receive some of our projects in order to be incubated there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We believe that there are efforts really done by the ministry and, under your guidance. And in fact, we are happy to see you, like staying the whole day today with the, with the universities. Yeah. The question for the ranking bodies, in terms of the issues, the challenges that you see with the Omani University, we heard today from you, but what advice, one-two advice for the universities that you give, so really we can see in the next 10 years, 2 more universities appearing in the global QS ranking?
Well, 10 years is a long time. I'm saying 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 years, 3 years, 4 years, because the pace at which, and I remember a conversation with Dr. Hamdan a year ago, we were talking about, yeah, and we're talking about how many institutions will go in. Well, I don't know the exact number, but I think 10 years is a long time. What we need, from my perspective, I think, I've been visiting institutions here for the last 12 years. And every year I visit, I see there is the new zeal from institutions here to, of course, be evaluated, to get global recognition. So that has to continue. And forums like this are great, absolutely, to have and excite all of you all that there is something to be done. And of course, with the focus of not keeping rankings as the goal. We need to keep reminding that. And I think both THE as well has almost said the same thing. So that constant reminder to us that yes, there is something to do, to get at, and rankings are there, is the engagement. I would say that in one word, is engagement is important. We need to look at the data. Data speaks for itself. So my word of advice to you is, don't just look at the results at the time of the ranking coming out, but start benchmarking. Now today we have great amount of data which came out. There is a issue with the citations, which seems to be, can be fixed in the long term. We need to fix that. And other areas like your reputation and several other indicators, the international partnerships is another way. So I think institutions need to constantly benchmark themselves. And I know Khalaf has done a paper a couple of years ago, which was well respected. And I think I would recommend you all to please read that. research paper as well. It has a plan as well in there. So we've got the right dynamics. We just need to push harder in terms of internally within each institution. So yeah.
Of course. From what I was sharing earlier, we can see that there are an increasing number of universities participating, submitting data, and now getting quite close to the threshold for the Arab University ranking and also the World University ranking. And from our experience in the region, there are universities that are building on that volume of publications. But it's important to remember the mission and the point and the purpose behind that research. And I think that's what we measure with that research influence, that research excellence, and that research strength, in that it shouldn't just be publications just for the sake of it and to reach a threshold, but to answer the question, what is this research trying to solve? What problem is it trying to solve? With that in mind, whilst universities are trying to reach that threshold, the important factor to bear in mind is that reputation takes time to build. So whilst the universities are working to reach that number, in the interim, I think the continuation of that brand building, of that storytelling, of the sharing of success stories, and most importantly, that collaboration that we're seeing as well, are the keys to that long-term success.
Thank you. We are committed really to, with the time, and I'm sure that people are starving here. Maybe a message to take home, or maybe a home message out of this forum, in a concise way, in a short way, maybe. I'll hear from the professors and later from Her Excellency to close up and wrap up the event.
Just I'm going to say, okay. Yeah, short. One sentence. Okay, in one sentence, I think we have to fill our national accreditation. And then we need to go and rise in the global profile. That's important. So we have, that's in short. Shukran.
I would only add here, we need to emphasize cooperation and learning from each other. And learning from each other, including the outsider. I mean, whether they are institutions or individuals. I think that will help us to reach our goals.
I would like to see that ranking is used as a catalyzer for continuous improvement for all our institutions, increase the level of competition, and that positively competition that would lead to the improvement of the quality of higher education segment in Oman, inshallah.
I think collaboration is very important. Collaboration between all stakeholders of the higher education ecosystem in Oman is very important to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Yes, I think international collaboration is a key. I want to provide my faculty with opportunities to publish with people who are well reputed and they have done great work. So we learn from them. Thank you.
I think from my perspective, to echo Dr. Fawad as well, and even what Dr. Ashram was showing us earlier, that international collaboration is quite high, but that domestic collaboration, I think, is definitely an area that I think we can work on. And I've been here 2 weeks in a row now. It's so brilliant to see so much collaboration between the sector. I think this is what really is going to drive forward the country as a whole and achieving the ambitious vision.
No, I don't have anything else more to say, but I remembered a slogan while we're talking this, and it is, think global, act local.
Well, I think that higher education can play an important role, no, not an important role only, but a key role in the transformation of the country. It's very, very important without quality higher education, without an international perspective, into our higher education, and without us being seen and visible in the international, I think, education map, we will not be able to transform our country. So education is key. It's the key driver. Of course, innovation is also another key. Research is important for the transformation of the economy and important socially as well. Of course, we have seen lots of challenges. We have heard about challenges. There are challenges and there are opportunities. And of course, there is a journey to be taken. And it's a long journey. We can make it shorter through collaboration. You all talked about it and you stressed it. So it's very, very important for us to collaborate in order to amplify our resources. Because when we collaborate, then of course, we pool up our resources together. And then of course, we can achieve more. We can focus on more significant research problems, whether these are, at the fundamental research, arena or basic research. But it's very important for us to maintain optimism. We can't say we will never reach there. Optimism is very, very important, and determination. If you are determined enough, optimistic enough, you will work hard. But if you let, pessimism rule, then of course we will not go anywhere. I'm a very optimistic person, and I like people who work with me to be optimistic. And I hope that you can inspire each other and that you can stay optimistic and inspirational so that, inshallah, we can drive the change together, the transformation together towards a better future for all of us, for our children and the generations to come. Thank you.
And for that, yes. And for that reason, we are here to inspire each other, in fact. For your kind information, the event been recorded live, and there is a record for it as well in the YouTube. And we can share the link or the record with you even later. For the certificate, attendance will share it with you via email as well. Maybe a word of thanks to our guest, Professor Ahmed. And with that, we're done, and we'll head to the lunch.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for being with us all the way, and not only in this meeting, but from the moment you have taken this responsibility, and even before. And we hope through that inspiring spirit you have put into the higher education, the whole sector will go forward, and of course, the Sultanate, inshallah, the whole economy. I feel it is not, the higher education is not just a driver. It is the propeller toward, if all the economy like a train, truck, it is that machine that pulls the whole train forward. So let's fuel it. You are the fuels. The minds and the ideas will be taken Oman, inshallah, to 2040 vision and beyond. Thanks to all our guest speakers for sharing their expertise and knowledge and time with us. And we hope to continue collaborating and working together, not only with the University of Nizwa, but with the whole sector here in Oman. Thanks to our colleagues from all the universities, public and private in Oman, for participating and coming together to learn from each other and taking home, hopefully, some of these useful information, analyzing, as Ashwan say, all the weaknesses, and looking forward to bridge any of those shortages and build upon that toward achieving higher horizons. It doesn't matter what level we reach in ranking. Let's reach higher every time, and let's Ashwan and time higher education assess and rank. Yeah, sorry, I forgot the organizers. Anyway, thanks to the whole committee that taking care of us in planning and executing and implementing all this nice meeting and forum. And thanks also to all the assistant professors, assistant Professor Khalaf and others, Professor Tariq, who helped in disseminating and managing the time for all of us. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the support staff, technical, IT, and support service of the university for really organizing a nice event. Thank you very much.
It is the lunch time. That's the answer. Please.